mode. Be reminded that yesterday we had the privilege to hear distinguished leaders that offered key perspectives on the challenges, opportunities, and that our region confronts. We discussed crucial subjects, and today we're going to continue going deep on these issues, exploring strategies that are innovative to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. We're truly making history right now. I'd like to remind you that our forum is not only limited to the plenary or this hall. We have a variety of simultaneous sessions in the rooms towards the back. We call it the blue room and the green room. There are also fireside chats, there are interviews, and there are thematic panels and spaces that are designed to allow for a dynamic exchange of ideas. So I'd like to invite you, if you do not have it yet, please download it from the QR code. There is a sign, there are girls with signs and a QR code. You can also make use of this device, which I'm holding. Have it with you so that you can have access to translation services and also the talks in the silent rooms. Without this QR code, you will not be able to hear those sessions. So it's very important that you have it when we open up that session. So that's my recommendation. The devices are at the information center. Be reminded this event is being streamed at caf.com in 3 languages. As always, we have our social media accounts and on X. We're on Facebook and Instagram so that you can continue engaging in these interesting conversations. Having given you all these details, I'd like to start. I invite Gianpiero Leoncini, Executive Vice President of CAF, who's going to introduce us to our first speaker. Thank you and welcome to our second session. Good day and welcome to the second day of our forum. CAF is also the Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean cities. This marvelous city of Panama receives us with warmth, and it is an ally for our development. Today it is an honor for me to present our host mayor, the Mayor of Panama, Mayor Mizrachi. With only 37 years of age, he was elected for this responsibility in May of 24 for a period of 5 years, becoming the youngest mayor in the history of the Panamanian capital. Prior to his public office, he was responsible for creating innovative and technology companies as an entrepreneur and focused on modernizing processes. Mayer is a bachelor's in business and finance, and he has a master's in finance both from the American University in Washington. He has a specialization in business from the American University of Rome. Mayor last year received a distinction from the Forbes magazine as one of the most disruptive mayors in Latin America. There is no doubt that he provides a fresh vision and an innovative approach to public work. It is my pleasure to welcome the Mayor of the District of Panama, Mr. Mayor Mizrachi.
Un invitado aquí on stage. Gracias, señores.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Mayor Mizrachi. This is the mayoress of the city of Panama. This is Tina. Go. Although you don't believe me, that dog is more popular than any politician or businessman that stands up here. 150,000 followers. She is a stray. We picked her up from the street, and we're making her own clothes line, and all the profits are going to serve to rescue dogs from the streets, to create their own foundation, but made by herself with her name on her behalf and without it costing anything to the state. All right, my name is Mayor Mizrachi, and to be standing here in front of you is a privilege, to be honest, because no doubt I believe I am the youngest person that stood on this platform, at this forum, and it is a huge responsibility. Huge because youth is being provided an opportunity here in Panama of participating acting and leading in political development, social and economic development of our country. I am not a politician. I don't know anything about it, and I'd rather not know. I have very critical opinions. I come from the private sector. I don't know how. I know how to run an organization that runs more or less expenses than income. When I got to the office, I found an organization that generates more expenses than income. So the first thing we did was to do the biggest payroll cut in the history of our office. We cut 50% of our staff, saving $3.5 million a month. Next, we cut the budget in about a third, 325 million a year to 230 a year. And not because we cut the budget did we reduce the reach or what we sought to do, au contraire. Our thesis was very simple. We're going to do more with less, that is, and we're going to demonstrate that operative efficiency is critical. It's critical for prosperous and economic development of our country. If from our city hall in Panama, I can prove, along with my team, a modus operandi that is renovated, that is responsible, that is cautious of public funds, then perhaps the whole country might consider a different way of doing things. I got rid of all my privileges, and I don't use a cell phone from the office, and nobody has a cell phone paid by the office. Nobody has a Prado, a Land Cruiser. You can buy your own car. You can pay for your own car and get whichever car you want. I do not have a chauffeur. I drive my own car. And for me, this is setting an example. A lot of people that take these positions get full of it. And they stop being who they were, and they stop being the person that was elected just because of the office. In my opinion, the political systems needs less politicians and more citizens, people, authenticity. I was discussing this yesterday with the mayors. There was a meeting of 40 mayors and governors. Again, with a lot of humility. At my young age, and being able to learn a lot from everybody that's here. We discussed the fact that mayors are the ones that have the closest direct connection, that is, with the citizenry. We're the pulse. We're the social pulse and the political pulse on behalf of the state. Compared to a senator, whose job is very important, local authorities, representatives, and governors, their job is not to say, but to do. And we have been noticed in only 6 months to be doing a lot with much less. And I'll give you another example. What I'd like to relay to you here is not how to do things, but how we're doing things in Panama differently that perhaps might be taken to your countries as lessons. One example is how in December we had the Christmas parade. For decades, Panama City would spend $6 million, budgeted. $6 million in a Christmas parade with little attendance and not very special. And I apologize, but I don't know how to spend what I don't have. So despite political criticism and public criticism, I had to seek a new modus operandi. We decided to do the parade hand in hand with the private sector. We provided a free parade to the public without it costing to the state, with better quality and with more attendance than ever. That was our thesis. On December 15th, everybody thought that we were crazy. And they realized that we had double the amount of cars. We had double the amount of attendance. and the best quality of a Christmas parade that we've ever had, without spending a dollar. The secret is simple. It is being there, being sincere and open. This wasn't a secret. This is something I would say out loud often. Take a step back. I come from being a public person, an influencer, if you will, but I've never sold a publication because it feels like a form of corruption to an extent, but I was a public person. It's the trust that I generated with my audience, because I don't belong to a party. I don't have political experience or a political structure. Also, it was the first campaign in the history that did not spend $1 on paid publicity, demonstrating that credibility and authenticity has a value in the geopolitical scenario for our region, which is evolving day by day. It is unsustainable to continue raising expenses and costs. It's about the trust that the private sector had towards us that allowed us to demonstrate excellence in public office. And everything that we've done at City Hall has been done hand in hand with the private sector and multilateral organizations like CAF. This happens every day in the private sector. If you want to build something bigger, you look for partners. But it seems like in the public sector, the politician is the one that wants to shine and be indispensable. The trickiest thing that I am charged with doing as the mayor is not to build works or repair holes or potholes. It's about changing mindsets. This isn't about a single person, a politician, someone elected, or a team. I say it every week to my team, the system is stronger than any screw. You need to function even without the mayor. This is bigger than just politicians, because I have a thesis. In my country and in my city, how many of you have been here for the first time? Raise your hand. How many have come to Panama for the first time? This is your first time. I know a lot of you, because I've been told, have been amazed with what they've seen. And what they've seen in Panama City exists not thanks to the public sector, but despite the public sector. Because for a long time, the public sector has wanted to be the main actor, when in reality, we are the lubrication for the engine. For civil society and the private sector, even for the international community. There are embassies here, in this city, that seek for ways to collaborate in the city that they reside in. Even if they are foreign mission directors, they live here, they work here, they socialize here, and they want to add value. For that, you just need one thing: an intransferable asset, hard to produce and difficult to replicate. It's called trust. And I'll tell you categorically that the result of trust can be seen in numbers. We worked without a budget for 6 months. They left the organization in debt. And I know there are governors and mayors here that are thinking, well, that sounds familiar. I was left with a house in fire and I have to fix the debt problem. So again, we didn't have any budget and we worked day and night, doing things that City Hall isn't even responsible for, all the way from unclogging a hole to taking water to a community that for 30 years did not have water. 30 years. It wasn't a lack of resources. We were amidst two oceans. We have 70% of the year with rainfall. It's lack of will. During those 6 months, we accumulated what I call social capital, social credit, political credit. In January, during this month, is when when City Hall gathers the greatest amount of funds And we put this to a thesis. We tried to gather more than the previous year. Much more. 20% more, actually. Even 25% more. But how could we do that without raising taxes? We didn't change anything. Same amount of centers for care. We have the same channels for payment. We didn't increase rates, nor did we reduce incentives like discounts when you'd pay your annual taxes. We just focused on generating trust. Guess what the result was? People see their money in the street. People feel like they can trust the institution with their money because it's felt. It's felt that they can trust, and the result has been an increase in 25% of our income with one single tool, with trust. This is how we're doing it. We could be making a mistake, but along the path, what we seek from here in Panama, from this small country, is to be a test bed, a sandbox environment for the changes that can be implemented throughout the region. Because I don't care for Panama to grow by itself. That won't be a benefit. I'm interested in the region growing. If there's something that we need to rescue from this event, is articulating the whole region as a bloc. I've always said that why is it that in Europe there's a union and they work as a bloc, despite the fact that they speak different languages? They have different cultures, even different time zones. Here in Latin America, the problems that we share are almost identical. Yesterday, we had a lunch made up of 40 mayors and governors, and they all felt like they were talking about their own problems, or hearing about their own problems, that is. So that demonstrates that what CAF is doing at this forum goes way beyond a simple exchange of ideas. Instead, what I propose, that a perfect articulation and coordination of development for the region between the private sector, multilateral organizations, and local governments and national governments, following one single regional project. And I cannot think of a better time to talk about the big red elephant in the room. We're all clear on what's happening. But as a good entrepreneur, I'm an optimist. So when everybody else sees a crisis, all I see is the potential and the opportunities that we have. It's been decades ever since Latin America has so much attention on it. A new administration just started at one of the biggest powers in the world, and their focus is Latin America. What a blessing. It's up to us. It's up to us to turn that into an opportunity. That is Panama's current situation. To be a spearhead in terms of how we write the political and economic development for the region, hand in hand with other countries, with strategic partners from the region, so that we can grow together. Lastly, I'd just like to add one more very important point. None of this is going to be possible without tech. If we continue the path that we're under, I'll say it in English.
End up. Sabemos dónde vamos a terminar.
We know where we're going to end up. The only thing that gives us that leap to no longer be trying to get to the first world is technology. Advances in AI. I can read code and I understand it, and I will tell you, not as a talking point, but artificial intelligence is a point for operative efficiency for all our local and national governments to work for our country's economic development. At City Hall, we're going to start accepting crypto. When I proposed that, in my cabinet, my legal advisors immediately said that you can't do it. The Constitution forbids it. The law forbids it. That's the bureaucrats' mentality, and that's all right because we want to be in compliance. But the law says that you need to receive dollars. What we're proposing is that citizens pay in crypto. The intermediary can convert it into dollars. City Hall can receive those dollars, and you can catapult that information and send a message to the world that you are up to date and that you understand where the world is headed. Instead of getting there when it's already an inevitable need, you're moving ahead, advancing, so that someday others try to reach us. Again, I'd like to say that as a young man, it is an honor to be able to address you with my humble ideas. Seldom does the youth gain access to a platform like this to participate in such a conversation that involves the whole region. Our obligation as youth, as disruptive and innovative that we want to be, is to listen also and to seek counsel with the voice of experience that you as adults can provide, that can help us to narrow the path down. You can help us to not stumble on the same stone. And that's what I tell all the youth in our region. We can be as innovative as you want, but we need to support ourselves with the adults that can guide us to make less mistakes. You are left with a few hours in Panama. Today's the finale of the event. Messi plays on Sunday. Just saying, Messi plays here on Monday. I know that Copa has a program and it allows you to change your flight with a stopover feature, so maybe use the weekend and enjoy Panama. It's summer. Enjoy the restaurants and our culture, the weather. And please, because I read all my social network or social media, I read all of it. Nobody controls it. Anything constructive, please write it directly. I read all of it and I listen to it. Thank you for coming to Panama. Thank you for CAF for creating this platform. I invite you to do this again next year and even bigger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your words, introduction to this second day, for inspiring us as well and other countries of Latin America to do a good job. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your words. Now, Pepa Bueno, we welcome her, Director of Spain. She will present our next speaker. Welcome, Pepa. Thank you. Good morning. The participation of PRISA in this International Economic Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean is looking at the WIP, Word in Progress, an event organized by PRISA in October of last year, first edition in Barcelona, where personalities of the entire world listen to our call to talk about the great challenges we're facing. The mayor of Barcelona is not here with us to say hello to the mayor of Panama, but he did want to send a message from Barcelona to Panama. Mr. Collboni has been the mayor of Barcelona since July 2023, and he is directing the activities of the city in a period where there were attempts from separatists. Collboni wants to put Barcelona where he has always been, launching the city as a place for events such as the America event or the Tour of France 2026. The city has the same challenges that other global cities, climate crisis, housing crisis. It's a Mediterranean city, but it has the drive to recover a place that is so important for education and culture for Latin Americans. The words of the Mayor of Barcelona are next. Authorities, dear friends, participants of the first edition of the Economic Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean 2025, it's an honor to address a few words. We have already felt, always feel connection with Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank the organizer of this event in the city of Panama. This World in Progress began in Barcelona, and this year we will celebrate the second edition. We're very happy that the forum is now in Latin America. This moment is very important to gather and talk about our concerns and to renew our friendship. The world needs to continue to advance because progress, if it's not done jointly, it's not possible. This is relevant where they want to push us backwards. This is the first message that I wanted to share with you. Defense of our values, which should be constructive, pragmatic, but firm, facing impositions, strength to defend democratic institutions and the values of liberalism. We need to recognize uncertainties, look at the risk, but facing the difficulties. We cannot allow fear to technological changes, climate change, fear to become the basis of division of our societies. The situation is serious, especially for minorities, but there is no opportunities for pessimism. Progress is only possible with having hope and optimism. Barcelona is a city that is very open and diverse, and we will find in us an ally for development. We have the Prince of Latin America, and Barcelona and Latin America share a cultural history. We are the city of the Latin American literary boom. Our city has received Gabriel Garcia Marquez and others who found in our country their second home, and we have a library recognized as one of the best of the world. Mario Vargas Llosa wrote some literary works. Cortázar visited us, Jorge Donoso as well, and others. The presence of these writers in Barcelona had very important consequences. They contributed so that Barcelona become the leader of the editions in Spanish language. 50% of Spanish editions are there with Planeta Group, RBA, Anagrama, and others. In 2025, we strengthen this relationship. Barcelona will be the city invited for the International Guadalajara Book Fair. We're very happy and we want to profit because Barcelona is back with a renewed vision and with new proposals. For the first time, Mayor of Barcelona participated in the Summit of City in Rio de Janeiro with mayors of the entire world, and we reinforce the governance with a resolution that we took to the chiefs of states and Lula. Barcelona is back to work closely with Latin America. Barcelona is back to put cultures and creative industries as our spearheads, to work more jointly with more diversification and looking at the common difficulties. Also for social for sustainable development, we need to continue looking at instruments for agreement. Commerce-based and rules is universal. That's a basis of our liberal societies. We are all interconnected, and we need to dialogue among ourselves if we want to continue growing and distributing the benefits of commerce. We need to cooperate, and the EU has agreed with the Southern Cone, creating the largest free zone in the world. Also, EU and other countries are working together. EU wants to work with others based on shared interest and respect to regulations. We're not the backyard of anyone, and Panama is not, and Groenlandia is not. And relationships are based on mutual respect and respect to territories. Barcelona wants to continue working on the New Age agenda to work with Latin America and the Caribbean. Josep Duray launched this as responsible for the EU. He did it during the summit of EU-CELAC in Brussels, and I hope that during the next summit we will continue progressing together. We should continue the global gateway strategy for digital equalities. The relationship between LAC and the EU is promising, and Barcelona wants to be a door always open so that this relationship can be fruitful. Barcelona wants to lead the way. Our objective is to be a global city, more prosperous, with more culture, and committed to democracy. And our last message, we should strengthen and reinforce democratic institutions. Without institutions, there is no possibility of advancement and economic growth. Let's continue discussing this relationship of our cultures, this will to construct relationships. We await you in Barcelona for next fall. Thank you very much. Thank you, Collboni, for this message. We take up your words. We want to see you soon in Barcelona. We are preparing Stacy Richard Kennedy, Regional Manager for the Caribbean from CAF. She has a very important persons who have been invited for discussion. Stacy, welcome. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It's Caribbean regards from the entire team of the regional management from the Caribbean CAF.
It is my distinct pleasure to introduce today the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Browne. Antigua and Barbuda has taken decisive steps to become the newest CAF shareholder country. Just yesterday, Prime Minister Browne, who also serves as Minister of Finance, signed together with our CAF Executive President, Sergio Díaz-Granados, the CAF shareholder agreements paving the way for Antigua and Barbuda to advance its incorporation into CAF, an historic moment for both Antigua and Barbuda and for CAF. Prime Minister Gaston Browne has led his country since 2014. During his decade of leadership, Prime Minister Browne has been dedicated to positioning Antigua and Barbuda as a global leader in addressing the unique challenges and opportunities faced by Caribbean islands, bolstering and leveraging their recognition, not merely as small island developing states, but as large ocean states. Antigua and Barbuda has served as co-champion of the Commonwealth Blue Charter Action Group, established in 2018, with the endorsement of all 54 Commonwealth heads of government to support the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth and improved livelihoods, while at the same time protecting the ocean's health. Under Prime Minister Browne's leadership, Antigua and Barbuda has taken bold steps to advance climate action, the blue economy, sustainable tourism, all critical pillars for the future of Antigua and Barbuda, as well as the economies of the Eastern Caribbean. Many of you may recall that last May, Antigua and Barbuda made history by being the first Caribbean country ever to host the United Nations 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, SIDS-4, which produced a 10-year plan of action to address the urgent needs of small island states worldwide, known internationally as the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. This Caribbean island of 94,000 citizens has consistently made powerful contributions to the global agenda, having chaired the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, in 2022, leading up to COP27 in Egypt, where the historic Loss and Damage Fund was established to attend to the urgent needs and climate action requests of the most vulnerable in the face of the ongoing climate crisis. All of these accomplishments were possible thanks to the vision and leadership of Prime Minister Browne. This year, Antigua and Barbuda will again take center stage as the host of the Caribbean Travel Marketplace in May, as well as the General Assembly of the Organization of American States in June. Prime Minister Browne has a distinguished background in finance, aviation, and infrastructure. Prior to his political career, he was a senior manager at the Swiss-American Banking Group and served as a director in the key sectors critical to Antigua and Barbuda's development. Since assuming office in 2014, he has led transformative initiatives that have both strengthened his country's economy and enhanced the livelihoods of its citizens. We are extremely privileged to have him here today with us to share his perspective on how the island states of the Caribbean can navigate and overcome their growth challenges in the current evolving economic and geopolitical landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Honorable Gaston Browne, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairlady. Honorable guests, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both a privilege and an honor to address you today as a keynote speaker at this, the first Latin America and the Caribbean International Economic Forum, to discuss an issue that is not just a priority for our region, but a matter of survival for small island developing states SIDS. The theme of today's discussion, overcoming growth challenges in Caribbean small island states, touches the core of our shared experiences and aspirations as nations that face unique vulnerabilities yet remain steadfast in our commitment to sustainable development. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of CAF for creating this platform for dialogue. And certainly Antigua and Barbuda is extremely happy to be the newest shareholder government of CAF. Discussions like these are essential for generating the ideas, partnerships, and actions that can help us chart a way forward. Today, I will share Antigua and Barbuda's perspective on the growth challenges we face, the strategies we are pursuing to overcome them, and the opportunities we see for a more resilient and sustainable future. Let me speak to the growth challenges facing Caribbean SIDS, and there are many. Caribbean SIDS are among the most vulnerable nations in the world. Our challenges are multifaceted and interconnected. However, I quote the words of Winston Churchill: "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." End of quote. This quote is indicative of the profound value of challenges and how they have molded our people into resilient individuals. These challenges and their resultant shocks stem from the very realities of our geography, structural impediments of small size, lack of economies of scale, and the global geopolitical, financial, and trading systems in which we operate. Despite these challenges, Caribbean SIDS continue their march to achieving resilient prosperity through economic diversification, building climate-resilient infrastructure, and developing human capital through enhanced healthcare and educational advancement, while simultaneously tackling unsustainable debt, energy and food insecurity, unemployment, and poverty. Our economies are heavily dependent on a narrow range of industries, with tourism being the dominant driver for many of us. While tourism has brought jobs, foreign exchange, and opportunities, it has also left us exposed to external shocks. The COVID-19 pandemic was a stark reminder of this vulnerability, as borders closed, travel stopped, and our economies grounded to a halt. Recovery has been uneven, and the pandemic has underscored the urgent need for diversification. Let me speak specifically to the issue of climate change. For Antigua and Barbuda and other SIDS, climate change is not a theoretical concern. It is a daily reality. Rising sea levels is eroding our coastlines, while stronger and more frequent hurricanes destroy lives and livelihoods, to include homes, businesses, and infrastructure. These disasters have devastating economic and social consequences, setting back development gains and increasing our reliance on borrowing, and to borrow repeatedly for economic restoration and to repair damaged infrastructure. This has resulted in a significant debt burden for most SIDS. These borrowings to repair damaged infrastructure have resulted in chronic debt challenges characterized by high debt to GDP ratios and unsustainable debt service burdens, which limit our ability to invest in other critical areas like healthcare, education, and technology. While we struggle to generate resources to rebuild damaged infrastructure and the economy, we have been precluded from accessing affordable financing because of a historically high per capita income. In order to address this inequity facing small, vulnerable SIDS, Antigua and Barbuda has championed the creation and use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, as a more appropriate metric to determine access to concessional financing compared to the GNI per capita income, which is not a good measure of development. One of the major problems associated with small island developing states is the issue of the brain drain. Our human capital, the talent, skills, and knowledge of our people is one of our greatest resources. Yet, the phenomenon of brain drain has long plagued us. Many of our brightest minds leave for opportunities abroad, weakening local capacity and slowing progress in key sectors. This is a challenge that Caribbean SIDS must address and resolve if we are to build a future led by innovation and homegrown solutions. On the issue of technology and innovation, as the world moves deeper into the digital age, many Caribbean SIDS struggle to keep pace. Limited access to technology, inadequate infrastructure, and gaps in digital literacy are holding us back from fully harnessing the transformative power of innovation. However, Antigua and Barbuda's approach to overcoming these growth challenges represents one of resilience and courage. Despite these challenges, Antigua and Barbuda has chosen not to focus on the obstacles, but to pursue the opportunities that lie within. Our approach is built on resilience, innovation, and collaboration, principles that guide our strategies to secure a sustainable future. We recognize that economic resilience begins with diversification. Tourism remains a cornerstone of our economy. However, we are actively developing other sectors to reduce reliance on a single industry. For instance, we have diversified into health education with the establishment and operation of 2 medical schools. We have also diversified our economy into the provision of blockchain and crypto technologies, stem cells, and cannabis therapies. These industries, especially the stem cells therapies, are showing great promise. We are also diversifying our tourism product into the more lucrative luxury tourism product, and our sister island, Barbuda, is now poised to become a marquee luxury destination in the Caribbean. I now speak to the issue of our investment in renewable energy. We are prioritizing renewable energy, not only to combat climate change, but also to create jobs and to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. These efforts will ensure a more sustainable energy future while positioning us as a leader in green energy transition within the region. Our sister island, Barbuda, is currently powered 15 hours a day by solar voltaic power, and the island will soon emerge as the first fully sustainable island community within our region. We're also seeking to revitalize agriculture. As we say in Antigua and Barbuda, food security is a must. Agriculture is being revitalized with an emphasis on climate-smart practices to ensure food security and to tap into regional export markets. By embracing innovation in farming techniques and value-added processing, we are strengthening this sector's contribution to our economy. We are also advancing financial services and creative industries to attract investment and to support economic growth and development. These sectors present significant opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and the export of professional services and creative products. I now turn to the issue of education and expanding the educational sector. Recognizing the critical role education plays in economic development, we are investing significant sums to build out the UE 5 Islands campus to make it the campus of choice for OECS students. By enhancing academic programs, expanding infrastructure, and fostering partnerships with international institutions, we aim to attract regional and global talent, further strengthening our human capital. This will not only provide opportunities for our youth, but also support the growth of a knowledge-based economy, fueling innovation and attracting investment in sectors like research, technology, and the green and blue economies. I now turn to the issue of our climate resilience initiatives. Antigua and Barbuda is at the forefront of climate action, demonstrating bold leadership and innovative solutions to address the pressing challenges faced by small island developing states, SIDS. Our active role on the Loss and Damage Fund Board highlights our commitment to advocating for the resources and policies necessary to support the world's most vulnerable nations in their fight against climate change. We are determined to ensure that SIDS receive their fair share of support to overcome the impacts of rising seas, extreme weather events, and other climate-related challenges. As a nation, we are taking significant steps to build resilience and reduce our vulnerability to climate impacts. We are transitioning to renewable energy on a national scale, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and paving the way for a sustainable energy future. Our investments in hurricane-resistant infrastructure are intended to protect our communities from the increasing intensity of storms, while our focus on sustainable tourism ensures that economic growth does not come at the expense of our natural environment. Antigua and Barbuda is also playing a pivotal role in shaping the global climate agenda by championing innovative solutions and partnerships. We are advocating initiatives that enhance climate adaptation, such as community-based resilience programs and nature-based ecosystem restoration projects which safeguard our coastal areas and support biodiversity. Through these efforts, we're not only addressing our own vulnerabilities, but also providing a blueprint for other SIDS to follow. Our climate leadership is not limited to the Loss and Damage Fund. We have also championed climate litigations at the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, ITLAS, where we obtained an historic advisory opinion last May. And we have also served as champions for the Vanuatu advisory opinion that was recently heard at the ICJ in The Hague. Antigua and Barbuda is not just responding to the climate crisis. We are actively working to overcome its challenges and create a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable pathway for all. I'd like to speak briefly about our debt management strategies. Antigua and Barbuda's commitment to fiscal innovation and strategic economic management has played a pivotal role in reducing its debt to GDP ratio from over 100% in 2020 to an impressive 62% by the end of 2024. However, our debt service remains unsustainably high. We will soon issue a long-term bond with a low interest rate to repay outstanding short-term and high-interest debts to create additional fiscal space to fund development and to build climate resilience. And certainly, CAF has an important role to play in this regard. While debt remains a significant challenge for small island developing state SIDS, our country has embraced forward-thinking strategies to address this burden while aligning it with sustainable development priorities. One of the strategies that we are currently negotiating is a debt for climate swap, a transformative approach that turns debt obligations into funding for resilience and climate adaptation projects. By leveraging these agreements, Antigua and Barbuda plans to further reduce our debt obligations and to secure vital resources to fortify our infrastructure and communities against the growing threats of climate change. This innovative mechanism underscores our dual commitment to fiscal responsibility and climate resilience, demonstrating to the global community how SIDS can take charge of their financial futures while addressing existential environmental challenges. In addition to these swaps, Antigua and Barbuda has been relentless in its engagement with international financial institutions to advocate for more equitable treatment of SIDS in the global financial system. This advocacy has focused on securing fairer terms in concessional financing, which provide lower interest rates and lower maturity profiles that are tailored to the unique vulnerabilities of small economies. Recognizing the disproportionate impact of external shocks, such as pandemics and climate-related disasters, and the inherent vulnerabilities of Caribbean SIDS, to include their lack of resilience, Antigua and Barbuda has been a vocal proponent for the extensive use of the MVI by the international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. This index, which prioritizes the consideration of a country's vulnerabilities to include social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities, is a critical step in ensuring that financing mechanisms reflect the true needs and challenges faced by these nations. Furthermore, Antigua and Barbuda has taken decisive steps domestically to bolster revenue generation and manage expenditure. Our government has implemented measures to improve tax administration and compliance while carefully prioritizing public investments that yield high economic returns. By focusing on fiscal discipline and strategic resource allocation, Antigua and Barbuda has demonstrated that even small economies can achieve significant debt reduction through prudent and innovative policy making. And our prudent and innovative policy making also includes removing all non-value-added expenditure. I now turn to the issue of human capital development. Education is the cornerstone of any nation's development. And in Antigua and Barbuda, we are making unprecedented investments in healthcare and education to ensure that our people are equipped to compete and thrive in the global economy. The University of the West Indies Five Islands campus stands as a beacon of our commitment to formal education, providing access to high-quality tertiary education for our citizens and the wider region. This institution is not just a place of learning, but a catalyst for transformation, empowering young minds with the knowledge, skills, and innovation mindset needed to shape the future of our nation. Beyond formal education, our government recognizes the critical importance of technical and vocational training in building a workforce that meets the demands of a rapidly evolving world. To address the skills requirements of our nation, we have invested heavily in the Harrison Center, the Antigua and Barbuda Institute for Continuing Education, ABIS, a state-of-the-art facility dedicated to technical education and vocational training. The purpose-built institution is designed to equip our people with practical skills in fields such as construction, electrical services, plumbing, cosmetology, garment production, automotive repairs, and heavy equipment operator courses, which are vital for national development and economic resilience. Our people are our greatest asset, and our investments in them reflect this belief. We are fostering a comprehensive approach to education that includes not just traditional academics, but also vocational training and digital skills. By equipping our workforce with these tools, we're ensuring that Antiguans and Barbudans are prepared for the jobs of the future and that we'll be able to compete globally. We have invested heavily in modern health care facilities and technologies, and we are also deeply committed to fostering entrepreneurship and innovation among our youth. Through targeted programs and initiatives, including the Prime Minister's Entrepreneurial Fund, which provides concessional funding and training for entrepreneurs, we are nurturing the next generation of leaders and innovators who will drive homegrown solutions to our challenges and create new economic opportunities. By supporting their ideas and ambitions, we are laying the foundation for a vibrant and diversified economy powered by the ingenuity of our people. I now issue a call to action. To achieve these ambitious goals, we call on all stakeholders, regional governments, development partners, private sector actors, and citizens to unite in purpose and action. To our development partners, through platforms like the Latin American Caribbean International Economic Forum, tailored support can be provided to SIDS via financing mechanisms that reflect our unique vulnerabilities. Investment in climate resilience, education, and technology must be prioritized to empower nations like ours to thrive. To our regional partners, strengthened collaboration is required across the Caribbean by leveraging forums like CAF to discuss and implement innovative solutions that address our shared challenges. Together, we can achieve a more significant and lasting impact. For our citizens, let's embrace the role of active participants in nation building. Whether through education, innovation, or entrepreneurship, your contributions are vital to creating a resilient and prosperous future. This is a pivotal moment in history. An urgent action is needed. Through unified efforts and a commitment to innovative, forward-thinking solutions, we can turn the tide on the challenges we face and create a legacy of hope and progress. In conclusion, Antigua and Barbuda's story is one of courage, resilience, innovation, and determination. Despite the significant challenges that small island developing states encounter, we remain resolute in our pursuit of a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for our people. Our participation in platforms such as the Latin America and the Caribbean International Economic Forum highlights our dedication to fostering regional and international partnerships that drive meaningful change. By aligning our efforts with broader regional initiatives, we are ensuring that our challenges are met with innovative solutions supported by a collaborative global community. Our efforts to diversify our economy, combat climate change, reduce debt, and invest in human capital demonstrate that transformation is possible even for the most vulnerable. However, the path forward requires collaboration, creativity, and courage from all stakeholders. Together, we have the power to shape a future where small island nations not only survive, but thrive as beacons of sustainable development and innovation. Let us therefore seize this opportunity to build a resilient tomorrow ensuring that our nations remain places of promise, prosperity, and pride for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister Browne, for those enlightening and provoking keynote addresses. We cannot have, and for sure, this conversation on examining how to return to the path of growth without hearing the unique perspective and challenges also confronting small island states. And you and your country have demonstrated unique leadership in confronting many of today's challenges that can serve as an example for all of us. Thank you again for being with us today, and it was an honor to have you here. Gracias, Primer Ministro Browne, muy amable. Gracias por su intervención.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your intervention. Now we're going to have from CAF someone who will present or introduce the next guest. Let's wait for Ángel Cárdenas a few minutes and an important message. The next presentation by Mr. Cárdenas has a translation. It will be in English. So if you don't have your devices, I would invite you to claim them at the information desk for those who are just joining us. For the blue and green rooms, which is the silent rooms. It's new for this event, and you will need the device and also download the QRs. You see the ladies with the QRs so that you can download it and have the application to listen to the simultaneous interpretation and have access to the silence rooms, which will begin around 11:30. We would invite you to be connected, where we will have interested guests who will participate with us. Thank you. Are you here already? Thank you. Welcome. First of all, good morning. I'm opening right now my script, and while I was doing so, I got a call. Rachel Allen is a speaker, investigator, researcher in AI. Her new book on inequalities, she analyzes topics that are related to the global conversation, the role of AI, and its usefulness as well. The truth is that her words would give us insight about the future we consider to be far, but it's right here. How AI can help us to be more productive and also work in equality and inclusion. And we as CAF, for us, this is fundamental as well for the works we're doing in our countries. Rachel's welcome. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. It is my distinct honor to be here with you this morning on such an auspicious gathering of people and countries, and at this particular moment in time as well. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my experiences in shaping agendas around artificial use for sustainable and inclusive development in the African region, and what we can learn for this part of the world too. I've been working in artificial intelligence for some years now, but there has never been a more significant moment in which to talk about AI and what it means for the future of our societies. Last week, DeepSeek, a Chinese AI company, shook the world of AI. I'm sure many of you know a lot about it. DeepSeek was a new and, compared to Western tech giants, minor player in AI. Yet in early January this year, it launched its own chatbot, quickly becoming the most downloaded free app in the US, overtaking ChatGPT by some way. NVIDIA, one of the world's most valuable companies who manufactures computer chips, lost 18% of its stock shares overnight, worth around $600 billion. The US Navy issued a warning banning its members from using DeepSeek due to ethical and security concerns, while in Australia, their Minister of Science warned citizens against using DeepSeek on account of privacy risks. OpenAI, on the other hand, has claimed that DeepSeek unlawfully took aspects of OpenAI's networked model and data, breaching OpenAI's terms of use. Following their success, DeepSeek was subject to a series of cyber attacks and rendered unable to onboard any more users on their platform. Chinese media have subsequently claimed that the IP address which launched these attacks originated in the US. What was so remarkable about DeepSeek was that they had created their AI model, which was now performing the best AI models on the market, with only 2,000 specialized computer chips and a reported training cost of just over $5 million. By comparison, OpenAI cost over $100 million to train and used at least 10 times the compute power of DeepSeek. This is why NVIDIA, who dominates 90% of the world's computer chip market, had such dramatic losses. But all of this called into question the grand narrative of the US tech giants, precisely at the moment that this narrative had just paid out. Just the week before, the US president had announced a private investment scheme of $500 billion to build the compute infrastructure and data centers needed to power the next generation of OpenAI's models, alongside an executive order removing barriers to American leadership in artificial intelligence. This powerful narrative espoused that the only way to get ahead of the AI race, a race to create AI models vastly superior to human intelligence, was with huge amounts of compute power at immense financial and environmental costs. In fact, until now, the power of an AI model has been measured against the compute power needed to train it, as no accurate metrology exists to measure the potency of an AI itself. The more compute, the more powerful the model. On the basis of this conceit, OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman embarked on a fundraising campaign last year to raise $7 trillion to build the compute infrastructure he said was needed for OpenAI to create the world's most advanced AI system. It is a sum of money that is equivalent to double the GDP of the African continent. But it was a sum of money taken seriously by those who listened to him, particularly the US government. Indeed, it was also on this basis that the US government had, back in 2022, issued a series of control measures to block the sale of computer chips to China, rendering access to compute infrastructure by Chinese AI labs far more difficult, given that the world's largest manufacturer of compute chips, NVIDIA, was an American company. Ironically, perhaps, the US has taken very seriously the notorious remark from Vladimir Putin that whoever rules in the AI race rules the world. But DeepSeek turned all of this on its head. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. DeepSeek is a major disruptor in what I call the empire of AI, showing that frontier AI models could be created with far less cost and compute power, and arguably could be created anywhere, not just in those places that had access to the world's most advanced supercomputers. It showed that the trade-offs the tech giants insisted were necessary, the financial and environmental costs of building titanic compute infrastructure to get ahead in this AI race were, as the journalist Karen Howe has rightly pointed out, false. The implications of DeepSeek and their controversy are hugely significant for the innovation strategies in regions across the world like Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa, which have formerly been disregarded as places from which world-leading AI capabilities could be produced. So today I'm going to talk about why AI matters for the Global South, what opportunities it presents, what challenges must be addressed head-on, and what strategies we need to employ to harness this technology in service of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth. Within every industry and sector, there are promising use cases for how AI can transform society for the better. In health, AI-driven healthcare solutions enhance medical diagnostics, predict disease outbreaks, and streamline healthcare delivery, particularly in regions with shortages in frontline medical workers. For instance, AI models have been used to detect tuberculosis in remote areas, enabling early intervention. In East Africa, as we can see here, Jacaranda Health is a mobile app that hundreds of thousands of women are using to receive real-time advice about pregnancy and newborn care, improving health outcomes across the region, and enabling rural women in remote locations, in particular, to access crucial health information, which they otherwise wouldn't have had. AI can help bridge economic disparities by enabling digital financial services, expanding access to markets, and improving workforce development. In countries with limited banking infrastructure, AI-driven fintech solutions such as mobile money and credit scoring algorithms, if used responsibly, can advance financial inclusion by providing banking services to previously unbanked populations. Similarly, AI-powered platforms can connect small businesses and farmers to broader markets, helping them secure better prices and reducing inefficiencies. In Uganda, for example, a team of innovators are creating a chatbot application for local maize farmers to receive advice on crop diseases and yields, and local markets where they can sell their produce. In a country where maize is a staple food and represents half of the production in agriculture, this technology offers the potential to contribute to food security more widely. In education, AI-based tools can expand the capacity of our teachers to deliver personalized learnings in classrooms. Across Francophone West Africa, Robots Mali, as you can see here, are using AI to create reading and textbooks for all ages in local African languages, enabling children to learn in their mother tongue and with notable improvements in literacy. AI-based education tools are also being used to enable skills development for marginalized communities, enhancing employability and entrepreneurship opportunities. Large language model chatbots can support local entrepreneurs to develop bespoke business plans and provide tailored business advice. AI can also support sustainable development. AI can optimize resource management by improving precision agriculture, monitoring deforestation, and enabling smart energy grids. AI-powered climate models help governments predict and mitigate disasters such as floods, droughts, and wildfires. In urban areas, AI-driven smart city solutions optimize energy consumption, reduce traffic congestion, and improve waste management. Such applications contribute to longer-term environmental sustainability while improving the quality of life of millions. Similarly, AI-powered early warning systems can enhance disaster preparedness. reducing human and economic losses from natural catastrophes, while AI-driven supply chain analytics can help nations adapt to global economic disruptions by identifying alternate trade routes and suppliers. More broadly, economic forecasts have determined that by 2030, AI would contribute an additional 15.7 trillion to the global economy. Here's PricewaterhouseCoopers' breakdown of what piece of the pie each region of the world is set to take. China, North America, and Europe stand to gain a staggering 85%, according to these figures. The remainder is scattered across the rest of the world, 3% predicted for Latin America, 6% for developed Asia, and 8% for the entire bloc of Africa, Oceania, and Asian markets. When ChatGPT was released, McKinsey undertook a new assessment of these economic predictions. The capabilities of generative AI models like ChatGPT, which produce human-like content, mean that they can now process huge volumes of input data at increasingly faster rates. With this, new heights of economic productivity are in reach, particularly for certain sectors and language-based tasks. Individual workers now have at their fingertips the potential to carry out their work at pace and at scale, resulting in significant productivity jumps. In McKinsey's evaluation, they pegged the contribution of generative AI to the global economy at $25 trillion to be achieved far quicker than 2030. The DeepSeek revolution may upturn these predictions even more. The AI opportunity should be everyone's, but it will not happen on its own. Let's turn now to better understand these challenges for our particular societies. In order to sustainably harness the opportunities of AI, we must understand and address the particular problems they pose for southern contexts and the risks to individuals, communities, and societies here. One of the most important aspects of AI in the South, one of the most important impacts that I'm constantly approached about from policymakers around the world, is the impact on labor markets. As AI becomes adopted across industries, human labor is changing. For poorer countries, this is engendering a new race to the bottom, where machines are cheaper than humans, and the cheap labor that was once offshored to their lands is now being onshored back to wealthy countries. The people most impacted by these disruptions are those with lower education levels and fewer skills, whose jobs can therefore be more easily automated. Generative AI technologies are also threatening the rising middle class in developing contexts. A new report from the World Bank estimates that up to 5% of jobs are at risk from automation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that women are most likely to be affected. In countries where creating formal jobs and economies is a major developmental priority, AI is set to drive many millions of people into unsecured, temporary gig or contract work. In fact, AI-driven gig and platform economies are set to make up 30% of the global economy later on this year, with many millions of workers, an estimated 30 to 40 million of these platforms being based in countries across the global south. Workers in platform economies, such as delivery drivers, are often balancing numerous jobs to make enough, just enough to scrape by, and they're certainly not enough to escape a life of poverty. Around the world, Uber has been particularly disruptive to local taxi industries, and we have seen protests like this one erupt about the poor working conditions and low pay that Uber drivers receive. This is not unique to Uber. We've also seen the rise of new kinds of AI-related digital work, as AI systems require human feedback to align and correct them. This work is not easy. It is exacting, mind-numbing, and thankless. Any internet user will be familiar with those simple exercises to enter a web page where you have to prove you are not a robot by identifying staircases or motorcycles. Imagine spending 12 hours a day or more for months on end doing that work. This is precisely the kind of work that is involved in the data maintenance needed to build and then boost the accuracy and efficacy of AI systems. Oftentimes, too, this work involves viewing thousands of violent and disturbing online images and videos in order to remove them from our social media platforms so that we see a clean and safe feed. The kind of pay that is being offered is both way below a living wage and far lower than what tech companies would need to pay workers in their home countries to do the same job. Recent investigations into digital labor across the global south have revealed how refugee camps have become a new point of exploitation for big tech and other platforms that are seeking out this kind of cheap digital labor. Dadaab, which is one of the world's largest refugee camps, located on the eastern border of Kenya and sheltering 250,000 refugees from across the African continent, is one of those locations. Here, there are tents containing hundreds of computers and yards of wires erected to facilitate click work undertaken by the camp's residents. Residents are offered work opportunities, but as the report indicates, rather than being paid in real money, they are paid in tokens for use in the camp, thus facilitating only the continued circulation of the camp's closed economy. It is not just in the provision of human labor that the global south is integral to the global value and supply chains of artificial intelligence. Land and minerals from southern regions are used and extracted to create the physical hardware of artificial intelligence. In its material existence, a materiality that is largely hidden from the public eye, AI encompasses a vast and expanding network of computer-based technologies that require an interminable input of data and seek to display human-like intelligence and functioning. It involves a mega industry that operates at a planetary scale with a footprint in every corner of the globe and an infrastructure that's both subterranean and celestial, extending to the deepest parts of the Earth's oceans and circulating into the outer atmosphere of our cosmos. Lithium is an essential mineral used in the batteries of AI-powered cars, as well as smartphones and laptops. As the AI industry has boomed, so too has the demand for lithium increased. 60% of the world's lithium stores are found in the salt plains of South America. In the far north of Chile, where the country borders with Peru to the north and with Bolivia and Argentina to the east, lies the Atacama Desert. Considered the driest place on Earth, the Atacama Desert has on average less than 4 inches of rain per year. Even the clouds don't visit, blocked by the Pacific Ocean to the west and the high peaks of the Andes mountain range to the east. Over millennia, nomadic indigenous groups have lived in the Atacama Desert and developed ways of life and cultural traditions in syncopation with the rhythm of the desert's dry climate. Perhaps because of its scarcity, water is sacred for many of the indigenous groups that historically dwell in the Atacama region. For these communities, life is structured around the periods when water is available and the land gives vegetation. This careful and reverential relationship with the Atacama has been in some places threatened and in others completely destroyed by the lithium mining in that region. Over the past 10 years, the demand for lithium has increased by almost 1,000%, and with it, its value. Statistics predict that with the rising demand of AI-driven electric cars and other battery-powered devices such as laptops, tablets, and mobiles, the global demand for lithium will skyrocket. But mining it is not straightforward, especially in the arid salt plains of the Atacama Desert. Lithium is found within pools of brine suspended under the desert ground. These pools, as you can see here, must be pumped out to the surface and then filtered through evaporation processes to extract the precious lithium. Miles-long evaporation ponds stretch out across the desert, where under the clear skies, evaporation happens quickly, refining the diluted brine into vivid technicolors containing lithium. The brighter the hue of the pond, from yellows and greens to blues that reflect the cloudless ceiling of the desert, the stronger the concentration of lithium. Often contamination can occur, releasing harmful toxins from the evaporation process into the ground and into groundwater. These processes of extraction rob the arid landscape of the little water that it has. For many of Chile's indigenous groups, the lithium industries have forced them to relocate or to abandon their cultural traditions. It is not just local indigenous communities that are affected. Environmentalists have indicated that the desert's water table, the ground space between the surface and the water-saturated pools below, has been damaged, leaving the local wildlife to suffer. Without access to water, the population of Atacama flamingos is dwindling. The benefits that the region gains from its lithium industries are not commensurate with the immense wealth of the AI and tech industry. In Chile, refining lithium for use in electric cars involves a protracted supply chain where most of the profit-making takes place outside the country from which it's extracted. Once extracted from the salt plains of Latin America, the lithium is processed, refined, and turned into products for consumption in other parts of the world. China claims the largest market share in the production of lithium. If the economic benefit of AI doesn't trickle down to the global south, it is poised to significantly worsen global inequality, raising the quality of life for those that can exploit the technology for their benefit and leaving behind or exploiting those who cannot. Neither designed nor managed as a public good, AI will only serve the interests of those with the capital to use and develop it. Where inequality may deepen, democracy will backslide and become embrittled as information regimes take on a power of their own, sowing division between people that once stood together. However, inequality, as Thomas Piketty has assured us, is not a given. The opportunity to be on the right side of history is right now. So let's turn to the strategies we can employ to address some of these challenges. Without a high level of saturation across all industries, AI's economic benefit will be minimal. When richer nations claim to be leading the world in AI, the assumption seems to be that everyone else will eventually benefit and be brought along with them. This thinking is built on the idea around the power of technology diffusion, that over time, technology becomes cheaper and easier to use, translating into greater access for more people. Even if compute processing becomes cheaper and AI gets less expensive to build, its diffusion across industries and its contribution to increasing a nation's total factor productivity will stall without the incentives, skills, capacity to adopt it. These are policy questions. This means we need to increase the capacity of our industries to harness AI and to harness it responsibly. This requires increasing skilling efforts for human resources across all domains, as well as promoting the digitalization of record keeping and the creation of reliable data which can be used to train AI systems on local contexts and problems, and making this data openly and freely available. Given the broad stroke of AI applications, AI presents an opportunity to rethink our wider strategies and policies. Each sector needs to assess how AI can help in achieving transformative outcomes and develop specific strategies on AI adoption, skills development, and data. As part of this effort, countries home to the minerals being extracted to create the hardware of AI should develop fair and equitable strategies for building local refineries and safeguarding the rights of local groups. The second strategy I want to emphasize is rather basically internet access. The internet is the gateway an enabler for individuals to access the benefits of AI technologies, from personalized healthcare and learning to business advice. This requires renewed policy attention to ensuring reliable and low-cost internet access, particularly across rural areas. In turn, AI systems are trained on the data and knowledge of the internet. As more people, particularly those from underrepresented communities and groups, use the internet, the more diverse and representative the AI models trained on them will be. The third strategy I'd like to highlight pertains to the workers in the global value chains of AI. It is vital that we recognize and protect the central role that human labor across the global south is playing in powering the AI revolution. However, without formalized protections or collective bargaining power, the new job opportunities created through platformed economies and digital work are not a pathway to prosperity. In a global study that we published last year called the Global Index on Responsible AI, we found that only 7 countries globally have enforceable laws protecting these workers. There is opportunity to amend labor protection standards to better protect workers in the gig economy, ensuring fair and safe working conditions and enabling unionization efforts. The fourth strategy I'd like to highlight regards public literacy and engagement on AI. We need to educate our people, include them in conversations and decision-making, and enable them to shape their own futures with or without these technologies. It is essential that our publics are aware of AI, understand the opportunities it may afford them, and the potential risks involved in using it. Where people are more discerning about digital technologies, they are too better able to detect and ignore disinformation. Without wide AI literacy, AI may perpetuate inequalities, limit opportunities, and weaken democracies. Inclusive participation also ensures that AI systems reflect diverse perspectives and can prevent exploitative practices through civic action. The fifth strategy I'd like to turn to concerns the dominance of big tech. To counter this power, we must both invest in local innovators and hold big tech to account to prevent exploitation, safeguard digital rights, and ensure fair economic participation. Tech giants often operate with minimal oversight, extracting data, impacting environments, and unfairly shaping local economies to their benefit. Without accountability, including for human rights violations and environmental impacts across their supply chains, these corporations can reinforce marginalization and inequality and undermine local industries. By demanding transparency, fair policies, and equitable partnerships, southern nations can assert digital sovereignty and protect their citizens from harm. Strong regulation, ethical AI frameworks, and inclusive tech policies ensure that innovation benefits everyone, rather than concentrating power in the hands of a few dominant corporations from the global north. This also includes strengthening the capacity of our public institutions, oversight institutions, and institutions of democracy. And finally, to the last strategy, cooperation and collaboration between the southern regions of the world. Why is South-South cooperation so important? Because we are the majority world, and we have perhaps the greatest stake in our planet's future. This term, majority world, bears recognition to the fact that the people thus described, despite being politically and economically at the margins of global society, represent the vast majority of the world's population, 85%. For Shahidul Alam, a Bangladeshi author, photographer, and social activist, Majority World defines this global community in terms of what it is rather than what it lacks. It's also a political statement. The global north is outnumbered. There is much to be learned from listening to each other's experiences and much to be gained from joint efforts to dismantle the empires of AI. No one country or company should have a monopoly over our shared future. We need to create spaces for South-to-South cooperation and collaboration on AI, organized and located in the South. These spaces create opportunities for ideas to generate and take life, and for Southern partnerships to be founded and built. And this is why spaces like this one is so important. We also need to work together to ensure our perspectives and interests are fairly reflected in global debates and decision-making over the governance of artificial intelligence. At present, these conversations are dominated by the idea of AI safety and how we ensure the frontier AI models we are creating align to our human values. We have to take this seriously because countries around the world are risking everything on the bet of AI. Whether it's that AI will help solve intractable problems or whether it is a paramount industrial strategy, the race to superintelligence is unfortunately real and unhampered, and whether or not they get there is irrelevant to the fact that AI labs and their governments are investing everything to do so. By partnering with other regions around the world, we can more powerfully advocate for the development of AI systems that reflect and align to the full diversity of human value systems and cultures and societies from all around the world. Indeed, the global north is facing staggering challenges regarding the diversity and inclusivity of their tech industry, never mind the dwindling public trust from decisions like Meta's to cull fact-checking. The innovations that will arise, both technical and policy innovations from the global south, will not just be parochial solutions to local problems, but will help solve global problems everywhere, driving more just and equitable futures for everyone. Thank you so much.
Gracias a la señora Adams por sus profundas ideas.
Thank you. To close this session of this morning, I would like to invite Alejandra Claros, General Secretary of CAF, who will present the new or introduce our next guest. Welcome, Alejandra. Good morning, and thank you very much. This is one of the moments where we begin to feel tired because we're close to lunch. But I'm going to use a technique because one of the jobs of the people who present is to keep people alert so that they can understand the importance of the next discussion. So I will tell you a story because I'm a mother and I like to write and I like to invent stories to keep my children alert. We would imagine we are in a community of Latin America. The name is Connection, and people are disconnected, one person from the other, because they don't listen to each other. Even though they have a lot of technology, they do not they don't talk to other people because they're very concentrated. Every day they're paying attention to their cell phones, looking at what is happening in this social media, looking at the amount of likes that they have gathered in their Instagram, Facebook, and now also on TikTok. But then another person comes to this community and tries to engage in a conversation so that they can start to listen to each other and get to know each other's stories. These stories, some stories are a mother taking care of her children on her own, an immigrant who came to a country after having been maltreated. So people start to listen to each other in a forum. Let's imagine this, and they start to construct something that is wonderful, which is empathy. Because when we listen to each other, we can identify with the stories of other people. But then something terrible happens in this community because there is a fire and part of the city is burnt. But something wonderful happens. Because they had listened to each other, they had set aside the technology and a positive note, and they had warned that this fire could affect their houses, and they created a community. They had a camp carpenter, they had an ex-military, they had a firefighter that could help. So they found a solution to this problem that they were all facing because they had listened to each other. And that is why I would ask you to listen to the next great author of important books. He would invite us to think about the importance of empathy, the construction of society of the future. It's an honor to introduce Jeremy Rifkin, Professor Jeremy Rifkin. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm going to start on a somber note. I hope it'll end up being a liberating reflection. You'll judge. We have misjudged the planet we live on. For thousands of years, we have misunderstood this little oasis in the universe to which we belong. We've long believed that we live on a land planet, terra mater. That notion was broken, literally broken, in 1972. Some of you older folks will remember this. Our Apollo spacecraft was heading with astronauts to the moon. As it neared the moon, one of the astronauts took out a home camera and he shot a quick photo of our planet from outer space. It shocked a generation. We thought we lived on a land planet. And we thought that the photo would show beautiful verdant green shades all over the planet, terra mater. The surprise? The photo showed a blue planet with various shades of blue and just a veneer of green. We live on a water planet. We've misunderstood that for 6,000 years, since the beginning of urban hydraulic civilization. In 2021, the European Space Agency made the announcement, folks, we live on planet Aqua. Shortly thereafter, NASA, the National Aeronautic and Space Administration, said, yeah, let's get with this. This is planet water. Why do I say this? Here's what's happening, my friends. For the last 2 centuries, we've been involved in an interesting experiment. 200 years ago, we began the industrial age. And the material for that age was deep under the ground. We went under the ground of the planet and we dug up the burial grounds of a previous period of history, the Carboniferous era, 350 million years ago, and we took those dead remains of plant and animal life that had morphed into coal, oil, and natural gas. We exhumed those bodies. And we began to spew fossil fuels across the planet for the Industrial Revolution and the Age of Progress. And what's happened now is we have spewed so much CO2 and methane and nitrous oxide into this atmosphere that is blocking the sun's heat from getting off the planet. It's as quick and simple as that. Here's what you want to tell your children and grandchildren. For every 1 degree Celsius that the temperature goes up on this planet from global warming gases in the atmosphere is actually sucking up 7% more precipitation from the oceans, the seas, the lakes, the rivers, the soil, the plants, and the trees. All that water is evaporating quicker into the clouds. So we're getting more concentration of precipitation in clouds and more violent, extreme, unpredictable, existential water events. In the winter, we have something called atmospheric rivers, these great rivers in the skies, and they're spewing massive snowfalls in regions that have never seen snow. This spring, we're getting flooding across every continent, every ecosystem, destroying infrastructure all over the world for month after month after month. In the summer, we're getting drought, months and months of droughts. Then it follows with the heat waves, 100 degrees, 110 degrees, 120 degrees, 125 degrees, people are dying. And then what happens is everything goes on fire because of the droughts. California is still on fire. In the third week, thousands and thousands of homes destroyed, whole communities gone. Then in the fall, we get the hurricanes. We had 2 massive hurricanes in the last year, wiping out an entire region of the country from Florida to North Carolina. This is happening everywhere in the world. Our scientists are telling us we are in the 6th extinction of life on this planet. It doesn't even make the news. Look at what we're talking about day to day. The last extinction events was 360 million years ago. Our scientists are saying we could lose upwards of 50% of all the animal and plant species on this planet in the lifetime of today's children. We'll never see them or hear them again. They've been here for millions of years. And the last, what about our species? Are we going to survive? We need to think. The problem is this: we don't have a playbook. We don't have a playbook because we're using the same set of assumptions and premises and worldviews and narratives that gave rise to this industrial revolution and the fossil fuel culture. We're using those same assumptions and premises to try to cure the problem. And I must say, although I'm a fan, you take the OECD, the UN, the IMF, the United Nations, we're stuck in a playbook that gave rise to it. It's how we think of nature, how we organize science, how we educate our kids, how we pursue the economy, how we govern ourselves. That's what's taken us here. We need to rethink the entire narrative, and we need to do it quickly. The entire infrastructure of this planet is now a stranded asset, all of it. And our meteorologists are telling us that 60% of the great dams and levees and dikes that we put together are at risk in the next 20 years. So where do we go from here? We have long believed that water on this water planet is a resource. It's not a resource, it's a life source. The hydrosphere runs this planet, not us. The hydrosphere determines the lithosphere. No water, no lithosphere. The hydrosphere determines the atmosphere. The plankton in the ocean determine the oxygen. The hydrosphere determines the biosphere in which we all live. So we live on a water planet. Where did we go wrong here? This is kind of interesting. How did it happen that we got it wrong? It began around 6,000 years ago. It was really quite an amazing change. For most of our history, the 300,000 years we've been here as a species, we did what every other species did. We adapted to the water planet. 6,000 years ago, we turned around and made sure that the hydrosphere of the water planet was adapted to our own species and our priorities. It began in Mesopotamia. And in Mesopotamia, they were growing grains. It's now Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. And they were becoming pretty successful. And because of that, they were growing their population. But at some point, there were too many people and not enough grain. So what did they do? They decided to sequester the waters in dams and dikes and levees so they'd have large volumes of water to be able to maintain an urban hydraulic civilization. At the same time, it happened in the Indus Valley of India with the great rivers. At the same time, the Yellow and Yangtze River of China. Later on, Crete and Greece. Then the great aqueducts of the Roman Empire. And then the Kumar civilization in South Asia. And then the Mayan civilization in Mexico and Central America. And later, the Inca civilization here in South America. And it ended up today with these great hydroelectric power dams, from the Hoover Dam in America, the Great Gorges in China. It's all a stranded asset. The hydrosphere is rewilding. We're not going to control it. The question I want to raise this morning is, how do we adapt to a hydrosphere that's transforming the planet? Let me share an opportunity. I taught the advanced management program at the Wharton School for 15 years. I was a student there in the 60s, but I came back in 1995, and I taught the advanced management program. That's, we bring in CEOs from all over the world for 5 weeks of intense rethinking. And the first day, I said to them, go back to your dorm tonight and think of the worst crisis that could confront your company on your watch, and come back and report to the group. These are CEOs from around the world. The second day, I say, go back to your dorm tonight and think of the worst crisis that could confront your company, and then think about how it's your biggest opportunity. Crisis creates opportunity all through history. This is the greatest crisis in history. We have an extinction event. And let me say that the entire infrastructure that we rely on is stranded. It's going. It's being knocked out. The hydrosphere will determine our future. Then what do we do to come in line with a changing planet and see the opportunities of an entirely new economic paradigm for the world, an infrastructure transformation, how we rethink governance and politics and our approach to nature and educate our kids? So I want to share something with you. Back in 2001, Romano Prodi came to Washington for a visit with me, and he was the president of the European Commission, previously the prime minister of Italy. And he said, look, Jeremy, you spent 25 years on this climate issue and rethinking the economy. You're not moving forward with this in U.S. U.S. is behind. Come to Europe. We're going to make this shift. We're going to transform the way we live on this planet in terms of governance, economy, social life, civil society. And I took him up on that. And the first thing we asked, this is quite interesting, we said, how do the great economic paradigm shifts occur in history? Forget the modern playbook, because it's taken us here, okay? Our approach to economy, governance, science, technology, et cetera. When we look back at history, it's just fascinating what we found. That the handful of great paradigm shifts, economic paradigm shifts in history, all share a common denominator. A moment of time, 3 defining technologies emerged serendipitously and began to converge. They create a completely new infrastructure that actually changes the way we organize every aspect of our life. The governments don't create these technologies. They kind of emerge on their own, and they kind of congeal. When they congeal, they tell you what kind of governance is compatible with it. You can have variations, but you can't go outside. They tell you what kind of economies might be compatible with it, or how you organize science, or how you raise your kids. Let me give you 2 quick examples, so this isn't esoteric. First Industrial Revolution, Britain, 19th century. The communication revolution. Let me explain how this works. What we found is that these paradigm shifts, here's what they change in technology. Number 1, new communication revolutions. Number 2, new energy regimes. Number 3, new modes of mobility and logistics. Number 4, new ways to manage water. When these new technology and then these 4 categories come together, they create a new infrastructure that fundamentally changes the kind of economic opportunities and governance and education and science. I'll give you two quick examples. Britain, 19th century, the communication revolution, steam power printing, no more manual print presses. Then, in the last half of that century, they introduced the telegraph system, instant communication. The energy revolution, they had depleted the forest for energy, so they went down under the ground and dug up the coal from the Carboniferous era for the energy. The mobility revolution, they put the steam pump on rails, locomotives, national transport. The water revolution, they were the first since the fall of Rome in the British Isles to introduce modern water and sewer systems. This took us to urban governance, urban markets. It took us to nation states. It took us into the industrial age. 20th century, second industrial revolution, the United States of America. The communication revolution, Alexander Graham Bell, the telephone, instant communication across North America. The energy revolution, we struck oil in Texas. We didn't need coal as the primary source. The mobility revolution, Henry Ford stole the Daimler engine and put out millions of automobiles. And then later, inland water, ocean, and air traffic, internal combustion. The water revolution, we were the first to create the great hydroelectric power dams of the last stage of the urban hydraulic civilizations of 6,000 years. The Hoover Dam, Great Lake Mead, all the way to Gorges. And now Lake Mead's running out of water. We don't have water for the entire western part of the United States, the Hoover Dam. And it's happening in dams all over the world. It's not coming back. This planet's hydrosphere is coming on to a new evolution of this planet, and we have to have a completely new playbook for how we address it and hopefully flourish in it. We are on the cusp of a third industrial revolution. It's already fastly emerging in Europe, where I've been lucky enough to work with the last four presidents of the European Commission, and more recently with the People's Republic of China. We did do the plan for Senate Majority Leader Charles Schumer, which became the infrastructure plan, but it was nowhere near what we needed to get the job done. Watch Europe, watch China at this point. And so here's the third industrial revolution. Number one, the communication internet. It's already here. We have 4.5 billion people with a little cell phone in their hand that has more computing power than sent our astronauts to the moon, all distributed near zero marginal cost. And now this communication revolution, which is distributed, not centralized, is now converging with a new energy regime. We introduced the 2020 formula. I wrote the legislation with the 6 parties of parliament. We now have millions and millions and millions of players. They're harvesting the sun. They're harvesting the wind where they work, where they live, in their communities, all over the world. And within the next 20 years, we're going to see billions of places where there's solar and wind being harvested at every level. The mobility revolution, we have electric and fuel cell transport now coming online everywhere. The end of a fossil fuel transportation. And that transport is going to rely on solar and wind from the energy internet. And that transport is going to rely on big data algorithms from the communication internet in order to be able to allow autonomous vehicles to be on road, rail, water, and other places. So we have 4 internets coming together: the communication internet, the solar and wind energy internet, the mobility internet, with electric and fuel cell transport, and then finally, the water internets are coming. That's the new one. We're not running out of water. Everyone's kind of nervous. Well, is it a drought or a flood or a drought? It's both. The water molecules never disappear from the planet. They've been here for billions of years. They just change when they're coming and in what volume and where they're going. So now, in the United States, the Battelle National Laboratory that works with the DOE says we're ready for the water internet, water microgrids. We used to have cisterns in the old days, but now very sophisticated water microgrids. Just like solar and wind, millions of players. Just like your cell phone, millions, hundreds of millions of players. Just like mobility, there's going to be hundreds of millions of players. It's all distributed, not centralized. Now we're saying the same things with water microgrids up on the roofs all over the world, big data analytics, collect the water when it floods, put it underground, use big data analytics to connect it and use it when there's a drought and heat waves. And they're beginning to move on gray water and black water. You can actually recycle it overnight, and then you're almost off grid. Almost off grid. California's just passed a law that all future big buildings over a certain size have to have gray water and then black water repurification. This is a completely new system. The first and second industrial revolutions were designed to be centralized, whether you had it in a capitalist or a socialist country. All right? And the reason is fossil fuels are centralized. They're only found in a few places. They require massive, massive capital to get them out of the ground and purify them and send them down the line. And they require huge militaries to secure them. We fought many wars and millions of people have died, literally. World War II, France went into the Ruhr Valley of Germany, took the coal, and then the Germans went over the line into France. So what we're seeing here is a new shift. The first and second industrial revolutions had to be centralized, so fossil fuels were centralized with a handful of big players, then all the other industries that relate to fossil fuels centralized. We end up with 500 global companies. I taught many of the CEOs, they're friends. Many of them are in our group. But those 500 companies are a third of the global GDP. They only have 65 million workers out of a global workforce of 3.5 billion people. And the 8 richest individuals on that pyramid, their combined wealth, it equals the wealth of half the human beings living on Earth this afternoon. That was the nature of the system. This new system, third industrial revolution, is distributed. It favors high-tech SMEs. We are moving, if you will, from globalization to localization. Let me explain this for the investment community. What's happening here with this investment opportunity is this. Berners-Lee will get the last laugh. He created the World Wide Web. He said, I want everyone on the periphery to deal directly with each other so you don't have a big referee at the center. But then how do you account for Microsoft and Dell and Facebook and Meta and Apple? Aren't they all centralized? They're not going to be here in 30, 40 years from now for many reasons. Some will survive, but under a different premise, because we're moving to a totally distributed global infrastructure. And so what we're beginning to see here is that we're moving from subtractive to additive manufacturing. And that is, the first 2 industrial revolutions are not only centralized, but the manufacturing was subtractive. You take a big hunk of material, you build a house, you have to get rid of some of the bricks, some of the cement, some of the glass. You make a machine, you have to get rid of some of the material. It's a waste. The new manufacturing model is not only distributed, but it's also, if you will, it's completely different because you're adding material. If you take a house and build it with software, 3D printing, let's say you take, I'll give you an example. There's an architect named Cucinella in Italy. There's thousands of people doing this now, making machine parts, buildings, all sorts of stuff. So Cucinella took clay, because cement, as your building stock, creates too much CO2. He took clay. Obvious choice. We made clay buildings for thousands of years. The software heats up the clay. This is additive manufacturing, not subtractive. Then the software tells the clay how to roll out an entire building in 1, 2, or 3 days. Now here's the difference. This takes us from globalization to glocalization, all right? From centralization to distributed systems, and from seller-buyer markets to provider-user networks. What do I mean by that? Cucinella can take that building that he's got, and he can take the software for that 3D building, and he can send it to an architect in the Philippines from Italy in 20 seconds on his cell phone at near zero marginal cost. And she can build out as many buildings in the Philippines as she likes in a provider-user network, not a seller-buyer market, and pay a license fee. There's no way for centralized globalization to deal with a globalized world based on 3D printing and additive rather than subtractive manufacturing. What about AI? We're hearing a lot about AI. AI will have a purpose, there's no doubt about it, but we're missing the main purpose. Yes, it'll be done for research. I love it. I use it. Yes, it'll be used for lots of background information. But the primary way it's going to be used is to help administer the communication internet, the energy internet, the mobility and logistics internet, the water internet, the Internet of Things with big data and analytics in distributed forms. And the reason is this: we don't have enough water for the kind of AI that's being developed. This is something that Elon Musk and others probably just don't understand. We have to use a lot of water. Every computer chip requires 8 gallons of pure water to manufacture. That's each chip, 8 gallons of water. You with me? We manufactured 1.3 trillion chips last year, 8 gallons per chip. So we're going to have to understand that AI will have a big function in infrastructure. It'll have a smaller function. It won't go away, and using it for research and using it for advice and counsel and things of that nature. But we have to understand the nature of the system. We are moving to a distributed world. It's going to favor bioregional governance. We think of nation states as being here forever, but they're part of the centralized second industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution, we're going to see a very big difference, and we're going to be seeing bioregional governance. It's already here because climate events don't give a damn about national boundaries. They affect ecosystems, floods, droughts, heat waves, wildfires. What it means is you have to cross political boundaries that share common ecosystems in order to be able to prepare, rescue, restore, and be resilient. That's happening. Everything I'm telling you today, everything in Planet Aqua, the book, none of it's academic. It's starting to scale. It's starting to scale. So what you're seeing here is the opportunity to develop an entire new approach to how we organize our day-to-day life. We have 2 bioregional governances in America. This is the one place we're ahead. One is Cascadia. Some of you know the great northwestern states, Washington, Montana, Idaho, Oregon, Canadian provinces, Yucatan, Manitoba, British Columbia. They've come together to share a common ecoregion because climate events affecting them, and their mission, keep it as a commons. Do not destroy it. Do not overexploit it, or you'll end up with the Oral Sea factor. You know what happened at the Oral Sea. They took a great massive lake and completely wiped it out in 3 decades. In 3 decades. We have a second bioregion. It's the Great Lakes. 5 Great Lakes, 8 US governors, 8 US states, 2 Canadian provinces. And those Great Lakes are 20% of all the remaining fresh water on the entire planet. 20% of all the remaining water that's available. They maintain it as a bioregional governance. We're working on this in China. I work with the leadership there. They've announced their 8 bioregions. You're not giving up national sovereignty or states or municipalities, but you have to cross political boundaries. In Europe, we only have 1, but in the new commission, we're going to do it in Europe. The one we have now, you may know. It's between France and Spain, and it brings together Occitania, the Pyrenees, the Balearic Islands, and Catalonia. We're going to have them all through Europe. So we're extending governance. We're not giving up nation states or municipalities, but we're extending it. All of what I'm telling you this morning is distributed. And the best use of AI will be how AI allows us to maintain a distributed, bioregional-based approach to maintaining our ecosystems and allowing life to flourish. So in the last part of this, I want to share something with you that is kind of strange that we didn't see. I first mentioned the Third Industrial Revolution in 1995 in the opening pages of a book you older folks remember, The End of Work. That time, we just knew about the internet, communication. Then along comes the solar and wind energy internet, and then along comes the electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell transport. And then now it comes with the water microgrids. And this is what we found. This infrastructure kind of determined the future, not us. So here's what we're beginning to see as a younger generation, the Gen Zs come online and the millennials. We're moving from the idea of growth. That's the product of the first and second industrial revolution. There is no such thing as growth in nature. It does not exist. You have flourishing or no flourishing. There's no such thing as productivity in nature. That's an economic term. There's regenerativity or you fail. There's no such thing as efficiency in nature. There's adaptivity. Ecosystems are redundant so that they survive and thrive. Finance capital that's not capital. How much warehouse facilities you have, your intellectual property. There's only one source of capital. And that's net primary production from photosynthesis on a water planet. Everything else that all our species use are a derivative. We're moving from GDP, which is a ridiculous concept, to quality of life indicators. Did the children that were born survive? Did they have enough education? Did they have a good quality of life? We're moving from vertical integrated economies of scale to laterally integrated economies of scale. We're moving from, I would say, from zero-sum games. Younger generation, the network effect. The more in the network, the more you benefit for the network. These are some of the changes that are coming on. This is a really emerging new paradigm that's going to have a huge impact for generations and centuries to come. But I would like to switch gears just for a moment. Let me tell you what's going on in Europe this morning. So, as I said, I'm working with the European Union. Unbeknownst to the folks in Europe, while I was writing this book, Planet Aqua, only one person at the EU Commission knew what I was doing and never told anybody. At the top, tippy top, you can guess who that might be. Unaware of what I was doing, the Economic and Social Committee of Europe, which represents all the industry and trade unions and trade organizations of Europe, called for a blue deal. They said, we need the Green Deal because we got to mitigate global warming gases or we're going to have more floods, droughts, heat waves, and we're all going to be gone. At the same time, we need a Blue Deal because the water planet is shifting and we've got to find a way how to live with it in a distributed way. Then the Committee of the Regions of the EU joined them. Then this week, my European director has been in Brussels for 3 weeks. They just held their first hearings in the General Assembly of the European Union. We're beginning to move toward a Blue Deal. China's beginning to look toward their vision. We've got to do it in the Americas. We need a Green Deal, we need a Blue Deal. And let me give an example why we desperately need to have this. If we don't, and we just try to step by step stay in the old worldview of centralized orientation, like we are today, we're lost. There is a huge opportunity in here for Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. It's quite interesting to take a look at it. You've got a big universe here, and you have the most biodiversity on the planet. I don't know if you know this. I was just looking at the Andean countries the other day that have sort of a free trade zone a little bit. Colombia and Ecuador and Peru and Bolivia. And it was amazing to me to see the biodiversity, which is the basis of flourishing. Those 4 countries alone, I guess they're in kind of a trade zone with each other. They are 4 of the top 15 biodiversity countries in the world, out of 200 countries. You have such rich potential in Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, South America. My hope, I'm an old man, but my hope is, you younger generation here, we need to see how we organize North America, Central America, and South America. You have to do it bioregionally with your national governments. We need to come together in 2 ways. Why not have an electricity grid with high voltage direct current lines from Alaska to Chile so you can share the sun, share the wind in different time zones over a continent? Why not have a new highway corridor so you can take all the new big data that exists and we can put in high voltage direct current lines run by big data and analytics so that, and then put in hydrogen fuel cell transport so you can have interstate highway connection all the way across the Americas for the largest trading zone in the world. It's 1.2 billion people. You are ready to go. You have everything you need. And that's why I was pleasantly surprised by the CAF banks. These banks, you put together something very unusual. From Mexico, Central America, and South America, the banks have come together to ask, how do we begin to work with this entire Latin American region, rich in possibilities, so that we can begin to develop the new infrastructure for a 21st century, so that this continent, this supercontinent from Alaska to Chile, can be a first mover. So you've already put together, I'm not sure you needed me to come here today, you've already put together, if you will, the outlines of this new era that we want to move in. And so now you have to move to deploy, not pilot projects, work with bioregions, work with your various countries, work with your universities so they can work with their states and work with the CAF banking system to lay out this distributed infrastructure and all the new jobs and all the new industries and the high-tech SMEs that go with it. None of this is theory. Walk out this morning knowing this is happening in Europe and China. And now you put together all of the basic criteria you need, and now you have the banking system saying, let's work together and make this happen. The last thoughts for today are completely different. There are three things that give me some guided hope. I'm not naive, not after 50 years with this. I only have guided hope. I don't know if we're going to make it. I know the market's there, the technology's right, the new technologies favor globalization, high-tech SMEs, bioregional governance, and it's starting. Can we get there in time? But I want to share three things to tell your children. Number one, there is a new project called the Human Microbiome Project by the National Institutes of Health of the United States government. It's the biggest scientific body in the world. It's now spread to Europe and to Asia. And what they're telling us at the NIH, the Human Microbiome Project, they're telling us that everyone in this room today is an actual ecosystem, not a joke, not a metaphor. That every human being and every other organism is an ecosystem that has to have communication, energy, some form of mobility, and has to have some form of water. And guess what? Our bodies are coming and going every day. The water from the hydrosphere, the molecules come in, they maintain our bodies, then they go somewhere else. The phosphorus in this tooth came from a mountain and then weathered by the waters. The elements go into the sediment, then the soil, then the plants, and then they go into my mouth, then the atoms go somewhere else. All right? And then here's what really gets interesting. Human skeleton replaced every 10 years. Liver every year. But here's the big deal. We're not alone in our bodies. The NIH is telling us we're not alone in our bodies. There are millions of other creatures in our bodies in this room. The bacteria, the viruses, the fungi, the archaea. Only 44% of the cells in human bodies are human. The other 56% belong to these other creatures that are inside this ecosystem and developing ways to adapt to each other. There's only 20,000 genes in the human body. There's millions of other genes belonging to these creatures. We are learning something. Imagine if in 4th grade, first biology class, the teacher explains that each individual is an ecosystem and unique, but part of the ecosystems that branch out to all of life. Would that change the way we think of life? Would that empower us to realize the planet's not a passive resource, it's an animated life force? Second thing that gives me hope. The Smithsonian museums, many of you have been to the Smithsonians, the anthropologists did a study. They said, how did human beings survive and adapt and survive? This skinny little creature with 2 little legs, how did it make it? Here's what they found out. 800,000 years ago, hominids came on the evolutionary ladder. 350,000 years ago, our buddies, the Neanderthals. 250 to 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, and we have a lot of Neanderthal blood in the room. During that 800,000 years, they went back and looked in the geological record, and boy, what they found will empower everyone in this room. 800,000 years ago, when hominids emerged, there was a drastic change in the climate of the Earth. I should say planet Aqua. And what happened was that occasionally the Earth tilts, sometimes closer to the sun, sometimes further away. There's a lot of reasons. 800,000 years ago, the planet tilted, our water planet, and that began a series of changes of 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 years warming. 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 warming. 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 warming. It stopped with the last ice age because now we're heating up the Earth. There's no more cycles. And they said, how the hell did human beings survive these dramatic changes in climate? Here's their conclusion, the Smithsonian and NYU researchers. Number one, we have the biggest brain, big neocortex, and the ability to use language and pass on knowledge, all right? Now, other animals pass on knowledge to the young too, but we are very good at it because we are able to do it with literacy, etc. Number two, see that? That's number two, the opposable thumb and fingers. Beavers are pretty good at technology, but we really know how to grasp material and make tools. We're tool makers. Number three, we're the most cooperative of species when we get it right. Because we have empathy in the neural neurons in every single cell and tissue in our body. We think elephants have it. We're not sure about whales and dolphins or dogs, but we have it. It's not up here. It's when we experience another human or another creature, we feel what they feel. It could be their joy or their grief or their fears, as if we were feeling it even though we know it's not us. I wrote a book many years ago, The Empathic Civilization, if you get a chance to look at it. So what's interesting about this is we've got what it takes to not only survive, but maybe thrive in new ways. But we have got to wake up. I came down here to visit with you because I saw what you were doing with these CAF banking systems, and I saw the potential opportunities. It's now up to you. You've got the world-class universities, and those universities can work with your governments to introduce all these innovative new technologies for a distributed economic system that we want to bring online. And your banks can work with your local regions on developing the kind of adaptation we need to be resilient. We are moving from the age of progress to the age of resilience. I work with CEOs all over the world, many of them in my group. I never hear them use the word age of progress anymore, not a single time. You know what they always are saying? Resilience. Now, fill it in. I hope you get a chance to read Planet Aqua. I suspect many of you don't need that because you already are where I am. I just had meetings this morning, and I was thrilled to see that we had a conversation and they were already right there. They didn't need me. So here's my hope. Please make this happen. Please bring together all of these countries with the CAF banks. That's your mission. And you got to go from pilot projects to integration. And I'll give you one last thing that you should look at. You need to involve the entire community, or else you just get simple pilot projects. So when you go into a region, that we've done it in Europe, we've done it in other places, where you go into a region with the banking system and with the universities and with the governments, and you begin to lay out something that's not a pilot, but actually infrastructure. Last thought. Some of you have children that were part of the Friday for Future. Some of you have children who were in the Friday for Future demonstrations. Okay. So we had millions of these young kids going out on the streets, 141 countries, 6 or 7 times, calling for a climate emergency. Guess what? This is like no demonstration in history. This is the first time an entire generation across all the boundaries and borders came together in the streets and they saw themselves as an endangered species. Never happened before. And they saw their fellow creatures as part of the family. So all the other divisions, our national loyalties, our religious ties, our tribal stuff, it's all there. But imagine we have a generation thinking of themselves as an endangered species. This is hopeful. So my expectation for you, the CAF banks, get together move this thing forward quick and show the world that this part of the world, Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, can be a first mover in moving to a more distributed third industrial revolution and a resilient society living on a water planet. And finally, let's rename the planet. This should be called Planet Aqua. Put it in your codes, your standards, your constitutions, so when your little kids say to you, Mommy and Daddy, where do we live? You say, sweetie, we live on Planet Aqua. And we learn to flourish on a water planet that's unique in the universe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rifkin. Thank you for your innovative vision, and thank you for all of the round of applauses. With this, we conclude this session of this plenary, and I would like to invite you to the other rooms where we will begin other conferences. We thank you for your participation. We are moving to the blue and green rooms to begin other plenaries. I will remind you that you need to take your devices for access to the silent room. You can download the QR code. You will see it around the room, and we will see you soon in the other rooms. Thank you very much.
centro de información, invitarlos a tomar asiento porque vamos a empezar en unos minutos. Gracias. Buenas tardes. Invitamos a todos los presentes a ingresar a la sala plenaria. Vamos a iniciar en breve. Esta conversación será en inglés, por lo que quienes necesiten la traducción pueden adquirir su equipo en el lugar de información. Los invitamos, por favor, a tomar asiento, a los que están en otros salones, los que están afuera, ingresar a la plenaria. Gracias. Buenas tardes, gracias por estar nuevamente aquí.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us at the plenary. I hope that you had a good lunch, a good cup of coffee, and good networking. So, again, thank you. I continue with messages from my device, or regarding the device, that is. Brief reminder, translation is available using this device. But you can also access translation, or will need it, better said, for the silent sessions in the blue and green room. Without this device, you won't be able to follow, so I kindly invite you to get this device and also download. You can also download an app from your phone with the QR that is being held up by the girls around the hall. Without further ado, in order to start our afternoon session, we have a high-profile conversation between Helle Thorning-Schmidt, ex-Prime Minister of Denmark, and Michael Stott, editor for Latin America and the Caribbean for the Financial Times. This talk is going to provide us with a unique vision on the global challenges and strategic opportunities for our region. The talk is going to be in English, therefore, I invite you once again, if you have not requested your device, please obtain it. Without further ado, I leave you with Michael and Helle, the ex-Prime Minister of Denmark, so that they can join us at this interesting discussion. Welcome.
Got plenty of water.
Okay. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. As it's been said, this talk is going to be in English, so I apologize, but that is the etiquette in this case.
Meta Thorning-Schmidt is a true globalist, somebody with many talents who's served in many roles. For those who don't already know, she was Denmark's first female prime minister from 2011 to 15, and she championed a progressive agenda, an agenda of feminism, female empowerment, social justice, a progressive position on gender issues, a tolerance for migrants. In short, you could say many of the things that seem to be a little out of fashion in Washington right now. She's also served as head of Save the Children, and she's chaired the oversight board of Meta, the owner of Facebook, from 2020, and is involved in several foreign policy think tanks, as well as being on the board of Vestas, the wind turbine maker. So I mention those things just to give you a sense that the former Prime Minister has a view on many different issues. She's very informed on many different issues. She's just been at the Economic Forum in Davos, and of course now she's here with us at CAF at the Economic Forum on Latin America. So thank you so much for being with us, Prime Minister. I wanted to start talking a little bit about Trump's arrival. As I mentioned just now, it looks a little like a repudiation of everything you've always fought for and stood for. How should we understand the Trump phenomenon?
First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here. I'd never been to Panama before, so I really enjoyed the days that I've been here, and I had the opportunity to talk to so many people. And we'll come to that, but I come away a little bit uplifted about the opportunities ahead of us. So very delighted to be here. In terms of President Trump, I think we have to be realistic. President Trump, we know much more what to expect this time. It's no secret I come from the center-left of the political spectrum, so I'm sure I could find many things to disagree with Mr. Trump on, but I also think that the whole conservative movement in the US is also a movement that I have a huge amount of respect for, the grand old party and everything they've done for the country. So I'm obviously hoping that over the next 4 years, we will see the GOP come back as a force for good, not only in the US, but also globally as well.
But hasn't the GOP disappeared? Hasn't it been turned into MAGA?
It has for now, and it looks like it has for now, but I mean, I've been working in the States for so many years now and engaged with Americans that I still think there's a conservative party that likes multilateralism, that likes trading with other parts of the world. So I also think that we will find that hopefully in this administration, but definitely in the Conservative Party as well. So no, of course, there are many things that I disagree with. We come from different views of the world, and hopefully we'll also talk about trade. But I do think there's still hope that some of all the good that the conservative movement has done for the US, that is still in there.
And we're going to talk about trade, investment and business in the conversation. But first, just on Trump, staying with him for a while, he's got this expansionist view of the United States. He praised William McKinley, a president in 1897 who invaded Cuba, the Philippines and annexed Hawaii. Now, Denmark, of course, is a small country which has a key strategic asset that's coveted by President Trump, namely Greenland, with its population, I think, of 56,000, is that right? And Trump said, people really don't even know that Denmark has any legal right to Greenland, but if they do, they should give it up because we need it. Would Denmark give up Greenland to Trump?
It's been quite a turmoil for small countries after Trump. And I had the opportunity yesterday to speak to the president of Panama, and other leaders from this region. And I must say that the connection between what we are going through in Denmark right now and what Panama is going through is very real.
You both have the same problem. Right?
We both kind of have this. It's not the same problem, but it looks like that a little bit. But what we really have in common is that we are small countries. Denmark is a small nation of 6 million people, Panama 4.5, really small nations. Denmark is a very close ally of the US. We have been since the Second World War. Denmark was a founding member of NATO. We have been fighting side by side with Americans in different war zones across the world. So we feel very, very close to the Americans. And of course, when we then get questions that a certain part of the Kingdom of Denmark is not maybe legally, that's not legally binding, we get worried. But as the president here in Panama, the Danish Prime Minister has chosen to try to solve this outside the microphones. There has perhaps been too many things happening over the loud microphone. So you can't have Twitter diplomacy here. You have to try and find solutions to these things. But I will say about Greenland that the US has a military base in Greenland. I've been there myself. I've been to Greenland many times. Has a military base. If the US want to explore the economic opportunities in Greenland, I think there's a very open door there. So both in terms of military operations in Greenland and in terms of economic operations there, the US have very wide possibilities of engaging in Greenland. But there's no doubt about the treaties around this. Greenland belongs to the Kingdom of Denmark. There is an Inuit population who have a huge say in what their own destiny. And obviously they carry a Danish passport right now. They use Danish services. There's very big cultural and friendship bonds between the two nations of Greenland and Denmark. So Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. There's no discussion about that. And we also heard the Panama president saying here yesterday, he did his speech and I heard it, and you all heard him say, the Panama Canal belongs to Panama. So I really understand these small nations right now having to stand firm and really make sure that everyone understands that this world is based on rules and regulation and a whole framework of legal documents and treaties that is guiding the Panama Canal and also Greenland. So but it's a very similar situation.
You're suggesting sort of you need to be clear with Trump about the legal framework, but also ready behind closed doors to engage with him and discuss calmly some things that might be of mutual benefit. Is that right?
Absolutely. I think all small nations will have that attitude. Small nations are in a very specific position. We can't use might. Particularly, Denmark and US and NATO allies. So that is not how we get things done. We get things done in a negotiation room. And that was my impression of what the Panamanians want to do as well. They want to take this to a room where you can talk about things, but also make very clear that there is a legal framework for Panama, the Panama Canal, and also a legal framework for Greenland.
So your advice to President Molina would be quiet diplomacy behind closed doors?
I don't presume to give advice, and I don't think he needs my advice whatsoever. But I got the impression yesterday that that is what everyone wants to be doing. We can't have negotiations on social media. There has to be, and we certainly can't have...
But Trump loves negotiations on social media.
He does, but we have to ask ourselves if that's an advantage for us. I think if you ask Colombia these days, that they wouldn't say that has been a huge advantage. Right. So I do think that small nations can also look to that and find out that these negotiations, these talks, has to be done in closed doors and with negotiations and just plain talks. This is how small nations act, and that's what we will continue to do. And I feel a strong kinship with the small nation of Canada, of Panama right now. Canada as well, which is not a small nation, but Panama, and it was actually quite moving to be here and go out yesterday to see the Panama Canal, speak to people, and also really get the feeling of the national pride that the Panama Canal is.
This is also, ironically, a pro-American nation, right?
This is a pro-American nation.
Culturally close to
Culturally
America.
very, very close. Very sort of, there's a long, long history, but also a very strong history, the last 25 years of being independent, feeling that Panama is responsible for their own business. When you drive around the city and walk around the city, you see all the flags out now. And this is a nation that is sending a message. It might be a silent message, but it's a very, very clear message. And I think if Marco Rubio comes here over the weekend, he will see that message very clear because the Panamanians are planting their flags.
Absolutely. Okay, and if we return for a moment to the politics, you've seen this rise of the conservative nationalist right in many countries, not just the United States. We had Marine Le Pen in Italy, in France, we've got Meloni in Italy, the AfD in Germany, you've had Bolsonaro in Brazil, Modi in India, and so on and so forth. Is there a moment here for reflection about, have progressives got something wrong? Why has the nationalist right been so resilient? Trump
a very black and white, very binary way, and maybe that has got that clearly has got a following in times where things are extremely complex. We live in a world where people don't trust anything. I sit on a board of Edelman, which is a big communication company. Every year for the last 25 years, we have done the trust barometer. Some of you might know it. And the conclusion from this year, which we just published in Davos last week, was basically that people don't trust anything. People don't trust their leaders, they don't trust media, they don't trust democracy, they don't trust market economy, they don't trust anything. And in a time of lack of trust and a lot of grievance, I think populists have a way of coming through and saying that they have the answer to very complex problems. So that's definitely part of it. But of course, progressives also play a role in this. And I always seen that progressives, and I know more about progressives in Europe, that perhaps some progressives in Europe were too slow to recognize the real grievances that people have in their lives. When I was Prime Minister, I was very open in talking about immigration, because Denmark is a small country. We can't take all immigrants from the whole world. So I was very open in talking about why we also have to be very clear in talking about that we can only take a number of immigrants. And I think that, for me, is not being racist, is not being any of those things, but having a very open conversation about how many immigrants can a country take, a small country, Europe, because obviously there's a limit to how many immigrants you can take, and maybe we haven't been good enough globally in talking about that.
And when you're talking about, the fueling of disinformation, the lack of trust, this takes us quite neatly to social media, which has clearly played a key role in the erosion of trust and the questioning of things that were accepted as truths. We had yesterday a sort of private discussion among some editors here about disinformation, and one of the best comments I heard there was that the problem now is not so much that people believe misinformation as that they don't believe the truth anymore. Now, you co-chair the oversight board of Meta, the owner of Facebook, so they're obviously a key player here. Are they doing enough, really, to combat disinformation?
First, two words about what the Oversight Board is. The Oversight Board is the only institution of its kind, and what we basically do is that we give final decisions on content online for Meta's platforms. That means Threads, Facebook, and Instagram. So that means if there's a very difficult decision, a user can complain to us, Meta can refer a case, and when we have taken a decision, Meta have said they will always follow our decisions. And we have existed now for 4 years, and Meta has really held on that promise. They always follow our decisions. On top of that, we give recommendations to Meta, and they're actually quite good at following our recommendations as well.
But haven't they said they're going to stop fact-checking?
What they've said last week, and there was a lot of noise around this also because it was framed in a way that it was meant to create a lot of noise. But the way I heard it and the way I have discussed it with Meta people over the last couple of weeks is basically that Meta will still have a fact-checking system. They're not crazy about the system they have now, particularly in the US, the fact-checking system they have. They don't think that is giving enough results, and that means they will try for the US to find a new fact-checking system. They're looking to X's system, which is Community Notes, to do a similar version of Community Notes, and that's what they're going to try to do, first for the US, maybe then perhaps roll it out for the whole world. So there will still be fact-checking on Meta platforms, and they need fact-checking on Meta platforms, no doubt about that. Also in terms of content moderation, and let's just think about what is content moderation. It's actually quite simple. We want, all of us in this room, we support free speech. We want people to be able to say what they want on social media platform. But of course, there is a time when my free speech can harm you. And that cross between free speech and other human rights is what we are trying to find, that balance.
So how do you hold social media companies responsible?
What we do with Meta is very, very clear that we look at all the pieces of content that we see and we hold it up. Is this free speech? Is it okay? Is it harming other people? And that's the balance we have to find every day. That's a balance Meta have to find 2 weeks ago, and that is still the balance they have to find now. Okay. So there'll be loads of content moderation on Meta platforms, loads, but maybe skewing a little bit towards free speech. And I have seen many, many cases, and the interesting thing is when I've looked at the cases, the majority of the cases we have looked at is actually asking Meta to restore content that they have removed. So if I just look at the examples I've seen over the last 4 years, there is perhaps a tendency to remove a little bit too much on Meta platforms. So maybe they can get rebalance that with these new ideas.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to more of the economic and trade side, because we're in an economic agenda. Renewable energy, it's a priority for CAF. CAF have made the green transition one of their key focuses. Trump, of course, hates renewable energy. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill is one of his mantras. In fact, there are even some people suggesting that Trump's real agenda is he's trying to flood the market with oil to such a point that the oil price falls so low that it destroys the market for renewable energy. Do you think Trump might succeed in making solar and wind uneconomic? You're on the board of Vestas, a wind turbine maker. What's your view?
Yeah, I am on the board of Vestas. We have operations in this part of the world as well, and we would like to do more. So no, I still believe very much in renewable energy. This is also a region for wind, for hydraulics. There'll be thermal energy coming out. And I think one of the things that really, we'll come to that in a second, but I really want us to think in this era of Trump, I want us to think about what unites Europe and the Latin and Caribbean region. And one of the things that really unites us, apart from free speech and democracy and all these things, is a commitment to more green energy. And that's why I don't think you can flood this market with oil, because don't forget, if you flood a market with oil, it has an impact on oil prices for the Americans as well. So there's something that doesn't add up here if you wanted to do that. The same, of course, with tariffs. If you want very high tariffs, and also you're sending some workforce out of the country, that could be a very difficult problem for the American economy as well, and actually create an inflationary situation. So I would be a little bit careful in just flooding the market with oil in the coming years. So I can't see that happening. So one of the things that Europe and this region has to do in the coming years is to be even more committed to green energy. And what a great economy that can be. Let's just look at my own country, Denmark. I know it's a small country, but 40 years ago, we were an agricultural economy. We were very, very based on agriculture, farming products was our main export. That has completely changed now. So now green energy and all the different products that come into that is one of our main things that we export to the outside world. This is a good story. And I think it is very relevant for this region that you can diversify your economy if you go more green, and there's jobs in it as well.
So let's talk a bit more about Europe and Latin America and how they can work together in this difficult, new, uncertain environment. Latin America often looks to Europe for a lead. But of course, this is a moment when Europe's got deep problems of its own. It's been struggling with stagnant economies, with social tensions, with issues like migration and the surge in the far right. Can Europe step up? Is Europe able to step up and be an alternative to Trumpian America?
Yes. Let's make Europe great again.
In a different way.
I've been quite energized by the last couple of weeks in Europe. I don't know if many of you know this, but there was before Christmas, in the autumn, there was this Draghi report that came out that was quite heavy reading. If you want to really go down and be a little bit sad, you should read the Draghi. It was
pretty devastating.
It was pretty devastating because it was basically about Europe not being competitive, not being productive, not having finalized our internal market, not having a capital market. So a lot of things that are the key, not having a digital market, of course, not being very in the forefront of innovation. So quite devastating read. But what I think this was also a massive wake-up call to Europe. And then on top of that, we had the election in November and all the harsh language that's come out about tariffs and that Europe doesn't mean anything and Europe is a loser region, all these things. And that has made Europe wake up. So just yesterday, we had von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, come out with what she called a compass for competition, which is basically a roadmap to try to do all the things that the Draghi report recommended. So now there's a roadmap for Europe where they want to do all these things. And one of the big things that will happen over the coming years, and she spoke about this in Davos last week, was basically that Europe wants to do some of the things that we are really good at. We want to engage in new trade negotiations with the whole world. And that is, I'm absolutely convinced. I mean, we had the Mercosur moving in December. We had other agreements moving across the world. And don't forget that in the first Trump presidency, we made more trade agreements than we ever had. There is a joke going around in Europe where we are saying that Trump was the best trade commissioner we ever had. because he was actually helping the Europeans to step up and do more trade agreements. So I think we will see trade agreements in a vast array of countries where we don't have trade agreements right now. And don't forget, when you make a trade agreement with Europe, it is based on a legal framework. It is based on predictability. It is also based on the belief, the ground belief that me trading with you doesn't make me rich and you poor, but it could actually make all of us, both of us, richer. So it's made on that belief about what trade and what globalization can be. So I think we will see a lot of trade agreements, and that's why I think the CELAC-Europe relationship, this conference also gearing towards what can we do with Europe, is part of the solution, part of the answer to what we're seeing happening in the US right now.
I mean, I think many of us here would be very excited about closer trade and investment cooperation between Europe and Latin America. But you were saying earlier, Europe should do what it's good at. And one of the things, unfortunately, people often say Europe's really good at regulation, but Europe's no good at technology. So can Europe really be an example in other areas where it comes to sort of economic regeneration, as opposed to just regulation and
Well, there's no doubt
rules?
that in Europe we have the skills, we have the workforce, we could have a capital market for it. I mean, too much money is going out of Europe to the US. We could have a capital markets, but there is also true that because we are the only region that really say we are a social market economy, we have been heavy on some regulation over the last years. But that's why I'm also energized by this new message from the Commission, where they're saying we might have to deregularize. We might have to go in to look at our small, medium enterprises and say, are they meeting too much red tape when they want to do business with each other and in general? And that, if that is the purpose, I feel that the Commission has listened to business, and if they want to do that now, that we can make a huge difference. Obviously, you have to have some regulation. You have to have some regulation in the digital space, in social media. You have to have some regulation, and I think we made a very good start in Europe. We also always have to calibrate. Is it too much? Can the market still function? And that is the skill you have to do. If you insist on a social market economy, you have to calibrate. Is it too much, or is it just the right amount of regulation? We will never not be a regulator in Europe, but of course we can't have so much regulation, so we can't have a full functioning market economy.
And I think a lot of people in the room would be interested to hear your view on how Europe sees Latin America at the moment and what Latin America might need to do to get more attention in Europe, because I think there's also a feeling Europe has rather neglected Latin America in recent years. So how can Latin America get Europe's attention and become more attractive for trade and investment?
I actually don't think you can find a region that we are closer linked to than Latin America. And that's close links that is economic, of course, with new trade deals, arrangements, the digital space, human-to-human and cultural exchange. I mean, but also very firm beliefs in what is important right now. And you have two regions that have said, both of them, we want to trade more with each other. We believe that trade can be good for both regions, which is not what everyone is saying right now, but we are actually saying that. Then you have a meeting like this, which is signaling very, very clearly we want to stick together. And with that, we're also open to the rest of the world. And I know for a fact that Europe is very, very keen to expand the relationship with this region because there's a lot of trade here. There's a lot of trade to be had, and it should be fairly easy because there's so many things that we share. Human rights agenda, the green agenda, the blue agenda, all these things are actually things that we share very heavily. I was standing there yesterday looking at globalization with the ships going in and out of the canal, and I had a very good overview of that. I felt this is what globalization looks like. And if the Americans want to retreat, and if they want to leave a vacuum right now, we should actually grab that vacuum and fill it with collaboration, trade, agreements, cultural exchange, all these things that make the world go round, and have a little bit more globalization rather than less.
So, if we're keen on globalization, of course, there's another sort of elephant in the room here if we're thinking about alternatives to America, which is China. And that's a particularly tricky one for Panama.
Yeah.
Panama's had a long historic relationship with China. It's had Chinese communities for the best part of a century. It's a city, Panama City, looks to Asia, to the Pacific. So what's the right way to deal with China? Because that's another challenge all of Latin America is grappling with at the moment, right? The Americans come along and say, the Chinese are dangerous, don't trust them, they're evil, stay away. Latin American governments say, yes, but China's willing to invest and trade with us, and maybe you aren't always. What's your view, if you like, as a European on that particular dilemma, the how do you deal with China dilemma?
Well, first of all, I think all regions have to find their own tone in how they talk with China and about China. I was Prime Minister and I had a lot of engagement with China. I had a state visit, I was on a state visit, we had pandas exchange after my tenure, but it was all started with that collaboration. So very close relations with China. I've been to China many times. And I agree with what the Commission, the European Commission is doing now, which is basically that they are talking about caution and they're talking about de-risking our trade with China, but not decoupling. And that may be the right way to go, that we all think about what is actually the risk in trading with China. What could be our own risk if there's too much of our infrastructure that is controlled by China, and that could be our grid, it could be our telecoms, it could be all these things. So there is a way of talking about how do we de-risk the relationship, but of course we still, all of us, need to trade with China. China is not going to go away. We don't wish China to go away. So we need to find a way of thinking very carefully and being thoughtful about what we do with China, but that doesn't mean we don't trade with China in the world. And also maybe China has to find out how they can fit a little bit better into the global trading system than they perhaps have done.
But thinking of your progressive agenda, I mean, China is not a democracy. There's very little respect for human rights. I mean, is it really right to empower a dictatorship like that through trade?
Well, most people in the world do not live in democracies, and democracy is declining every day. Democracy is threatened everywhere. Human rights are threatened everywhere. And I think all of us, and that's also a space where I feel there's a strong link between LATAM and the EU, we actually believe in human rights. We believe in free speech. We believe in democracy. We believe in trade, all these things that I talked about. So there are still regions where that is something that we still hold very high. But we need to also make sure that we trade with other nations. That doesn't mean we can't raise human rights. I raised human rights with Chinese when we were trading, when I was Prime Minister. You can raise all those things, but you have to ask the simple question. If we stop trading with each other and start having a hostile tone with each other and wagging our finger about how people should behave, does that create a better world for us, all of us? Does that create better opportunities in this part of the world, in Europe, in Asia? And I'm not so sure. I believe in globalization. I believe that we actually can spread human rights via trade with each other.
And you believe globalization still has a future? It's
yes,
not dead.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we have globally become wealthier with globalization. It's hard to argue differently. Now we have the EU open for business to do trade agreements with everyone. And every time we do a trade agreement, every time we raise the standard. And that's also why I'm proud to be European, because I don't think you can point to any of the trade agreements that the Europeans have made over the last many, I mean, any trade agreements where we haven't lifted the standards for workers' rights, for the environment, for a cleaner future. So I do think that this lifting of the standards is so important, and it's only in the trade agreements that we will be able to do that. So I'm a strong believer in trade agreements. I'm a strong believer of positive trade in the globalized world. We can't go back on that, and I'm not sure we'll get a fairer or wealthier world if we go back on that.
But if we just come back to the EU-Mercosur agreement, I mean, during those talks, the Brazilians, I know, were very concerned that they felt the EU was using environmental standards as a kind of excuse for really what was disguised protectionism of its farmers. And we know that the Mercosur deal faces very difficult ratification process because France has already said it will oppose it, Austria is opposing it, Poland was not keen, Ireland is not keen, largely because of farming lobbies. I mean, do you think that deal really is going to go into effect finally after more than 20 years of talks and negotiations and all the rest of it? Is it actually going to happen?
I don't know, but I think it could. And I think there is a moment right now with the US withdrawing a little bit from globalization, which has been the tones. Tariffs is actually a withdrawal from globalization. And I think in that space, we should use that vacuum to create these deals. And that's why, again, I turn to the first Trump era, which is a time of unprecedented trade deals. And that's why there is an opportunity now to make the EU-Mercosur deal happen. I know there's so many issues. There always is. They moved a few steps in December. They might have to take a few steps back again. But I firmly believe that this is a time. This is a time to get this done, but it's not easy. We are 27 member states. We all have to ratify this. We all have to agree on this. And then the Mercosur countries have to agree within themselves. So this is almost impossible. But who are we? Who are we to sit back and say this is not possible? We have to say there are a glimmer of hope of new opportunities. There is a vacuum in terms of doing this right now, and it is very, very urgent that we take the next steps. And maybe this could be an outcome of the US withdrawing.
And of course, Denmark has the presidency of the EU in the second half of this year.
Yes.
So what do you think Denmark can do to advance the agenda between Europe and Latin America during its presidency?
I hope they will do more than they have. I was actually Prime Minister when we had our presidency before, and there is things you can do. And one of the tasks that I've been giving out of this meeting, because I've spoken to many leaders here, many presidents and prime ministers, was basically to try to go back and put LATAM on their in front of them. I've been giving a brochure that I have to take back to the Danish foreign minister, which I will do, because I do think this is also a time. This is a time where we have like a split screen. We have everything that's happening in the US, and a lot of it makes us very confused, and some of it makes us very sad. Many of you will have noticed that the US aid was also, many of the programs were cancelled yesterday, which is devastating news from some of the poorest people on this planet. So that's also made us a little bit depressed. But on that split screen, my advice to all of us, not to let us get too distracted by that split screen. Try, as the Europeans are intent to do now, to do their own housekeeping. Make Europe great again. Make LATAM great again. And try to trade with each other and benefit from that.
Thank you. And I think that there should be, during that presidency, another summit between the EU and Latin America at presidential level. So what do you think should be top of the agenda for presidents meeting in the second half of the year?
Hopefully they'll meet in November in 25 in Colombia. I think are set to host it. Hopefully it will be well attended by Europeans. I don't want to presume that I can set the agenda, but I do expect that some of the issues that we are already dealing with together, trade, economic collaboration, green development, answers to climate change, the digital space where we are already working together, All those issues have to be part of the agenda, and that should be enough to fill a few days in Colombia, but there'll be more things to be added. But my hope is really that this is a time where the regions find each other again. There's always things going on. And I repeat, this is one of the closest regions to the EU. It might not always feel like that, but it actually is. So this is a very close region. So if there is a meeting in Colombia in the second half of this year, all these things should be on the agenda. There's much more than unite the two regions than sets us apart.
Thank you. I would love for this discussion to go on for many more hours, because I think there are so many things we can talk about. But Prime Minister Helle Thorning-Schmidt, thank you so much for sharing with us a vision that's positive, that's optimistic, that's constructive, that's internationalist, that's respectful. I think you saw in the applause in the room that it's really finding an echo here. So thank you for coming and participating in this
Thank you so
forum.
much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
El calor.
Thank you very much, First Ministry Thorning-Schmidt and the editor for Financial Times. Thank you very much. I would invite you to remain here because we have a very interesting conversation ahead in a few seconds. Without further ado, I will welcome Laura Richardson. She is ex-general, retired from the U.S., and I would like to... She's retired 4 stars from the USA. She was the first lady commander of the Southern Command of USA 2021 to 2024. Before that, she was also the first lady general commander of the North of USA 2019 to 2021. Second woman lady to become. She was in Iran, Afghanistan, and she's now here in Panama in this very important event where she will address the public with so many experiences and so many important things to tell us about. General Richardson, a round of applause for her, please.
Necesito ir al baño un momentito.
Good afternoon.
Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean for the invitation to speak to you today. I just retired from the United States Army on the 1st of January, serving my country in the military for 38 years, and concluded my time as the commander of United States Southern Command. It was truly my honor to serve in this capacity, becoming a student of Latin American history, as well as Caribbean history, exercising diplomacy in addition to my military experience, and giving back to the hemisphere with which we all live in. There's no greater personal reward than to give back to your own neighbors and your own neighborhood. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here in Panama City with all of you and engaging in such an important international forum, economic forum, specifically for the Western Hemisphere. This forum is happening on the heels of the World Economic Forum that took place in Davos, Switzerland last week, where 11 Latin American countries participated, with over 130 countries and 50 heads of state and government. The theme for the World Economic Forum was collaboration for the intelligent age, which is absolutely relevant, describing the convergence of today's transformative technologies like AI, clean energy, and quantum computing, and the impact upon the countries and economies of reimagining growth, investing in people, and safeguarding the planet, as well as rebuilding trust. And like the World Economic Forum in Davos, this economic forum here in Panama City, with the theme of how to return to the path of growth, is happening as we have new leaders coming into office, conflicts that are continuing in multiple regions around the world, economic uncertainty, and rapid technological advancements. We're also concluding the first quarter of the century this year, and the world could not be more dangerous and complex. As the president of the European Commission said at Davos last week, we have entered an era of harsh geostrategic competition, and cooperative world order was not realized over the last 2 decades that we had planned, and the race is on. The race to have access to raw materials, new technologies, and access to global trade routes. Latin America has just about everything the world needs. I have said many times over the past year that Latin America is feeding and fueling the world and has been for the last 10 years, but not receiving the benefit from it. The region has 31% of the world's fresh water, close to 30% of the world's high and medium potential farmland, supplying over 50% of the world's soybean, over 30% of the sugar and corn for the world. Beef production is 23% for the globe. Critical minerals of every type are in Latin America. 60% of the world's lithium, 30% of the world's copper, gold, iron ore, and rare earth elements needed for technology. The region has nearly 1/5 of the global oil reserves, ranking only behind the Middle East in volume. It also possesses the lungs of the world, with the Amazon being the largest rainforest on Earth, and with biodiversity that's unmatched across the world. So why is the region not benefiting from its own resources that the world needs? How can the region better counter vicious security challenges from transnational criminal organizations? And how does the region harden itself against the powerful effects of climate change? How does the Western Hemisphere return to the global stage as the powerful global South? Latin America and the Caribbean's GDP growth in 2024 was 2.4%, according to the IMF. And 2025 GDP growth is projected to be at 2.5%. This projection for the region is slightly lower than the global GDP growth projection of 3.3%. But even though the economic growth has been gradual in the region, inflation rates have dropped significantly, the unemployment is at historically low levels, these are all really good signs. These challenges that Latin America and the Caribbean face on a daily basis are overwhelming. And in addition to that, we are in an era of great power competition globally. I firmly believe that democracy and its fundamental values is under attack. We have an axis of aggressors that has formed with 2 revisionist powers on the Eurasia landmass, that's China and Russia. We have the theocratic Iran dictatorship that's also part of this axis, as well as the North Korean hereditary communist dictatorship. And the axis of aggressors has a very common objective. And that objective is to destroy the existing world international order we have known and lived by in the world since World War II. The axis of aggressors is sympathetic to authoritarian regimes. That's why we continue to see routine high-level visits from the Russian foreign minister and also Iran's president, as they visit Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Russian warships and a Russian nuclear submarine conducted a port call in Cuba last summer after it sailed closely down the entire United States East Coast. 2 Iranian warships 2 years ago traveled around South America by Chile, through Strait of Magellan, and north past Argentina, Uruguay, and conducted a port call in Brazil. Why are they coming to Latin America and the Caribbean? Are they coming to invest in your countries? They're not coming to help you with your security challenges. I think they're up to no good. And now we have North Korean soldiers fighting in Russia, fighting for Russia in Europe. I believe that some folks think that what's happening in other continents doesn't matter, and doesn't matter that much to daily life here in this hemisphere. But what is happening now really does matter. It matters in the near future, and it matters in the long-term future. The war Ukraine is fighting is not just for Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting for all democracies. Putin is fighting for imperial aggression at the expense of his people. Ukraine is fighting for their very survival. From my perspective, if Putin wins against Ukraine, he will attack NATO countries next. The defeat of Russia would be a devastating blow to the axis of aggressors. And also, I believe it will deter China from trying to take Taiwan as soon as 2027. Regarding the Israel-Hamas war, Israel is a democracy that was attacked with no warning. 1,200 people were killed and 240 hostages were taken. Israel is fighting against radical Islam. And Israel's objective is to destroy Hamas's military so they can't attack Israel or anyone else again. Iran is supporting both Hamas and also Lebanese Hezbollah, which is present in this region. From my perspective, an attack on one democracy is an attack on all democracies. And I believe it's very important for democracy that Ukraine defeats Russia and Israel destroys Hamas's military. As we see playing out before our eyes, the cost of war far exceeds the cost of deterrence. And I couldn't agree more with the EU Commissioner in Davos that we are in a race. And that race isn't against ourselves, it's against time. And this is why I'm saying, here today in Panama City, it's a call to action. We have to take a stand as democracies, and all of you here represent your countries. And you are in the inner circle with your presidents, with your governments. We have to take a stand and not be on the fence when voting in the UN and in other important forums. By abstaining and not taking a stand, we have to be strong as the Western Hemisphere, a region of like-minded nations and democracies, and we must display that ironclad strength, not display a fractured array of opinions and abstentions and comments that don't make sense, and people will just roll their eyes at us and dismiss us. At the very basic level, geopolitics, to me, is black and white, and we must see through all of the gray matter. And as democracies, we have to be strong and show a perception of strength and not a perception of weakness, or we forfeit our position to autocracy and to the axis of aggressors. We don't have to look any further than our own hemisphere at Venezuela, where Nicolas Maduro continues to undermine the democratic will of the Venezuelan people, having already caused 8 million Venezuelans to flee the country, causing one of the worst humanitarian crises, and increasing regular migration throughout the entire region, putting significant burdens on all your countries. Not your countries, our countries. Popular support for democracy and its institutions has been stressed, as democracies have been working overtime since the COVID-19 pandemic. and the wave of transnational organized crime that followed the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, democracies in the Western Hemisphere are trying to deliver at the speed of relevance for their people. But the incremental GDP growth is making it tougher. Malign state actors such as China with the Belt and Road Initiative and Russia with the disinformation campaigns are increasingly using advanced technology to perpetuate corruption, disinformation, cybercrime, cyber attacks, bully tactics, and undermining the fabric of democratic societies, as well as hiding the truth from their populations. While they operate without regard for domestic laws, international agreements, charters, treaties, and legal frameworks. Likewise, transnational criminal organizations seek to exploit regional instability, fueling violence and corruption that undermines legitimate governments. Countries are having to mobilize their militaries to reinforce their police because of the magnitude of the severity of crime. TCOs criminalize poverty, and I believe that they do the dirty work that allows malign state actors like China to come in with big bags of cash and contracts with fine print and strings attached and predatory loans because there's no alternative. Climate change is influencing chaos around the world and the region with devastating fires, droughts, floods, storms, and rising sea levels. Environmental poisoning from illegal mining, deforestation, trafficking of drugs and people, and irregular migration remain threat multipliers and pose a significant risk to our shared security. Not only do countries have physical threats to contend with, but globally, also sky-high energy costs and trade barriers have tripled. And there's been interest in non-market economies that have come out with different sets of rules. And we have seen supply chains dependencies that have been weaponized, causing challenges that emerge without warning, while undersea cables that connect us are being targeted. I've just talked about a lot of challenges that we are all currently facing, and you might get intimidated if you think too hard about it. However, I do have some recommendations to defend against all of these challenges. First, I believe countries must use their instruments of national power, diplomacy, information, military, and economics, bringing all of these powerful instruments together, laser focused on defeating security threats and promoting innovation and digitalization, advancing the transition to green energy, developing strategic infrastructure, all in order to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth in your economies, making it easier for businesses to flourish and reduce the red tape. Saturate the information space with positive things that your countries are doing to deliver for the people. And look for quick win modernization and capacity for your militaries and police so they can defeat the security challenges more quickly. And finally, economics, prioritizing economic growth and opportunities. I firmly believe that economic security rests on national security, and your need to have both and be able to accomplish the above. I have often said that something like the Economic Recovery Act of 1948, which was also called the Marshall Plan, and it was needed for the West, that something like that is needed for the Western Hemisphere, just like it was in Europe right after World War II, as countries were struggling with recovery. The Marshall Plan provided that infusion of increased capital into their markets for quicker recovery. But even without a Marshall Plan, this region has an abundance of resources that the world needs. So on the diplomacy front, the trade restrictions that have tripled over the last year need to be reduced because trade drives growth. Countries must focus on reducing the skilled labor shortages and leveraging the local talent pool by prioritizing programs and initiatives that incentivize communities, and businesses and citizens to scale up, to build, to produce, and to innovate in their towns, countries, and regions. My second recommendation is to aggressively pursue transformative technologies. It's a game changer for countries. In the United States, technology drives US military strength and lethality, such as AI, supercomputing, 5G, future G, cybersecurity, and semiconductors. 50 years ago, our US government research led our advances in technology. However, today, US private sector research has taken the lead. So we created a dynamic environment where academia, business, and government work together for our economic and national security. As regional security challenges become more systemic and pervasive, we must leverage 21st century tools to prepare, prevent, detect, respond, and recover from those potential and persistent threats. In the rapidly evolving global security landscape, the need to integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning into defense and security functions has transitioned from just a forward-looking ambition to a here and now immediate operational necessity. As leaders in your country, it's important for you to know that we are at a critical stage where the volume and complexity of data generated in today's security challenges is outpacing how we have traditionally done business. The exponential growth of data availability and collection in the modern defense and security landscape, particularly from the public and commercial domains, presents a significant challenge for all of us, but it also presents a unique opportunity. Cyber capabilities with a trusted, like-minded company can secure your country's data for all your government networks, to include financial and healthcare institutions. And it will also prevent the malicious cyber attacks that have plagued the region for years. I've been very vocal about the cybersecurity threats because I have seen countries brought to their knees from these very malicious cyber attacks and the vulnerabilities that were within their networks. And as we talk about economic resilience in this forum, you must have the ironclad cybersecurity from a trusted, like-minded company or a vendor with trusted, not communist country values. A communist country who doesn't respect the rights of its own people, who doesn't play by the rules or respect the laws, and are not going to respect the rights of you or your people. It's been well published about the cutting-edge technology secrets China has stolen, and our US and allied intelligence chiefs from 4 other countries are on the record saying that China is the greatest espionage threat democracies have ever faced. And there's no other country that presents such a comprehensive threat. Unfortunately, in the cyber domain, when you're being attacked, there are no alarm sirens going off. And you can't see the enemy massing on the border. But if you have a trusted cyber company that provides the backbone for your networks, then you'll have that guaranteed security. I know that China is an important partner to some of your economies, but we have to be eyes wide open about cybersecurity. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning can also assist countries with predictive analysis on weather patterns, to provide early warning with natural disasters, and leaders can then make more informed decisions. And it can help determine how negative effects of climate change can be effectively reduced. AI and ML can also be used to identify and counter disinformation and misinformation. Robotics technology can provide assistance to those in need during natural disasters, help governments provide goods and services to remote areas, and also increase mineral and agricultural production to bring economic prosperity. Green energy transition is important for this region due to the severe climate change effects of extreme weather. And the science is very clear that to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we must continue to pursue technology-driven advantages and advances in our goal to reduce emissions to nearly half by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. My last recommendation is cross-border coordination with like-minded nations. Transnational criminal threats are connected in the region. The illegal trafficking of drugs and people, illegal mining, illegal logging, counterfeit goods. And the border areas, rivers, national parks, the Amazon, are all areas where criminal activity is hard to detect, track, and interdict. I highly encourage like-minded countries to work better together to share intelligence and information that leads to the reduction in illegal criminal activity, as well as an increase in prosecutions. Also, following the money and cracking down on money laundering in the region is a must. We can't interdict our way out of the criminal activity that's happening. In my last year at U.S. Southern Command, we rolled out an information sharing platform that militaries and public security forces in the region could use. All had access, the ability to access this program, and then populated as well with information. A common operating picture is what we called it, that could be used to detect, track, and interdict security challenges, whether it was illegal mining, illegal trafficking, or climate change problems, forest fires, for example. The Western Hemisphere's importance to the world is huge. And I must say I'm very excited for the increased positive engagement by the United States with the Western Hemisphere. Our new Secretary of State is from the region. The Deputy Secretary of State was the U.S. Ambassador to Mexico. There's been a Latin American Special Envoy that's been identified, and 10 U.S. ambassadors have already been nominated for the region. President Trump's speech at the World Economic Forum last week was on his 4th day in office. It focused a lot on the United States' serious economic challenges, and he was clear that we currently have the worst inflation crisis in the U.S., and that the U.S. has $1.5 trillion higher spending than when he left office 4 years ago, that he would decrease interest rates in the United States and take rapid action to reverse policies on immigration, crime, and inflation to make the U.S. safer and more prosperous and bring back strength to our country. He declared a national energy emergency and a national emergency on our southern border due to illegal crossings. He announced that in order to gain quick control of the situation, he signed executive orders to implement a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze, and created a new Department of Government Efficiency. President Trump invited companies worldwide to come make your product in the United States and get the lowest taxes on earth, but if not, a tariff would have to be implemented. And he said that America was back and open for business. President Trump is very adamant about the two wars needing to end, and said his team was involved in the negotiations in the Middle East ceasefire, and it was time to end the Russia-Ukraine war as well, and that negotiations were underway. He did not mention Greenland or the Panama Canal in his Davos speech, and we have seen the resistance that was met from the deportation flights over this past weekend. And as such, as like-minded nations do, we are figuring it out together. In conclusion, and in the face of so many cross-cutting threats and challenges, your presence at this economic forum demonstrates the power of partnership. It's an opportunity to come together, to discuss how we can work together across all domains, all of the boundaries, to ensure free, secure, and prosperous Western Hemisphere, and show that democracy can deliver for their people. This is the work that I call the work of team democracy. a strong and mighty team of like-minded democratic allies, partners, academia, private sector, NGOs, and friends, committed to strengthening all of the country's instruments of national power, diplomacy, information, military, and economics to overcome these challenges. We stand with those who seek to bolster economic resilience, democratic stability, and citizen security throughout the region and the world. Thank you again for the invitation to speak to you today. Gracias, obrigado.
General, mil gracias, General Richardson, por sus palabras, por poner...
Thank you, General. Thank you for your remarks and for setting the context on such interesting affairs. This is where we wrap up our conversation here, and now we are moving over to our other rooms where we will continue sharing interesting plenary sessions. Please remember to have your devices so that you can follow in the quiet rooms. See you in a few moments.
No podían prosperar, especialmente aquellas con niñas y niños en su primera infancia, es decir, niños entre 0 y 7 años, y poder
and be able to change the country as it was promised by the president. This was a very difficult decision and very important, and it needed to be strategic. That is why they decided to work on it. On one hand, the strategies of the president directed to prepare the conditions to generate a context that would allow us to have a good implementation of the public policies. And on the other hand,